Hello guys, I am Arjun.
Hello guys, my name is Vaibhav.
We welcome you all to CIA Conference, India's premium cybersecurity conference.
So for the year 2020, we are opting the new normal by going virtually.
We aim to fill the gap between the corporate cybersecurity researchers and the fancy world of hacking.
So we strive to present the best knowledge as well as the brief insight to our attendees on cybersecurity.
We have planned some amazing swags, goodies, and vouchers for all of you guys. Just stay attentive in between the talks to win these prizes.
So I think let's create the history.
Let's begin. Stay tuned, guys.
Yeah.
So, guys, let's begin with the first keynote, presenting you all what you all have been waiting for. One of the most acclaimed mentors in the world and the founder of TCM Security, Heath Adams.
Hi, everybody. My name is Heath Adams, aka the Cyber Mentor, and I am pleased to be here at CIA Conference as your keynote speaker. This is actually my first keynote talk, so bear with me as we go through this, but I'm completely honored for this opportunity, and I hope that you enjoy the story I'm about to give you. So I was asked to come and speak, and I was told that I could speak freely about bridging the gap between cybersecurity and what we think a hacker is. And you kind of think of the hacker as the bad guy in the hoodie, and there's really a whole field out there of being hackers. And I want to take that from my perspective and talk about my journey as to how I became a ethical hacker and how other people can do it too. So we're going to go through kind of my life story and kind of talk my journey through and hopefully motivate some of you that might be interested in getting to this field as well. So I'm only going to share one PowerPoint slide with you today. That is going to be my little who am I. So who am I? Well, I'm a husband first, a hacker second. I'm actually a military veteran, having served in the Army Reserves and the medical side. I'm a big sports fan, a video gamer, and I'm also an animal dad. I'm actually a former accountant that turned into a security geek, and we'll talk a little bit more about my accounting background here in just a few minutes. On the day to day, I am the CEO of a cybersecurity company called TCM Security. We focus on traditional cybersecurity consulting and ethical hacking. I'm also an instructor at TCM Security Academy, and I have personally taught over 175,000 students on the Security Academy as well as Udemy. And on YouTube, I've taught over 140,000 subscribers now. If you're interested in contacting me in any way, I have a Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter. You can also reach out to me at thecybermentor.com or on my business website of tcm-sec.com. So I want to share my life story with you and my background, as I think it's incredibly relevant as to how I got to be where I'm at now. I learned a lot of life lessons along the way, and I didn't take a straight path into cybersecurity. I took a very winded path into cybersecurity. And if you talk to a lot of people in cybersecurity, you'll find that there's very similar backgrounds in that sense, that people came from all different walks of life before they found their way into cyber. And maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago, we weren't even thinking about security as a thing. Most of us weren't. So you can see all these walks of life and their journeys, and I'm going to share mine today with you and hope that you learn something from it. So I grew up very, very poor. I grew up as an only child, as a only child of a mother who also was an only child. I didn't have a father figure in my life, and his family was not in our lives. My grandparents, my grandmother, she passed away when I was 5. My grandfather passed away before I could even remember him. And with that being said, we didn't have any family. It was just my mom and I growing up, and that was really it. And because we grew up poor, I got to see a lot of different things and experience a lot of different things. I went to a school district where I was the minority. I was 1% actually. Most people were of this mixed variety of ethnicities and backgrounds, and it was this melting pot. And I think that was the first great experience that I had, was to be able to see people from all different walks of life and journeys, and go to a school where this melting pot existed, and I got to be friends with all these other people. On the other side of the thing too, though, when you're so poor, and we were on government assistance, I remember our housing was paid for, food was paid for, like we had food stamps. I remember clearly, vividly, that my mom would write bad checks just to get by. If we needed food or go to the grocery store and we didn't have the money, she would write bad check to get it. And it was another side of seeing the downside of being poor, and it leads you to having some bad motivators in life, which we'll talk about, but it leads to having this motivator of wanting to have money and not have to worry about that lifestyle anymore. And that lifestyle, eventually caught up to my mom. My mom actually ended up going to jail for doing that when I was 14 years old, 13 years old. And this isn't really a story that I've actually shared with many people, but my mom went to jail for doing illegal activities, writing bad checks, and such. And at the time, when she went to jail, I was actually placed into a group home. So in the United States, we have what's called foster homes, and we have group homes. Group homes, in my opinion, is the worst of the two because you're actually put into this house with other individuals. In my case, there was 10 other individuals or 9 other individuals where they had committed some sort of crime in their past, or they had been to a juvenile detention center, and they were overall just people that were part of the system. So for me personally, I was coming from a background where I had never committed a crime, I had never done anything, and now I was in this household of this group of people where they had committed crimes, and we'd all come from poor, diverse backgrounds, so we did share some commonalities, and it was very tough getting situated growing up. And there were a lot of instances where I think I could have fallen off the rails. But my mom, I will give her credit, was always the one who pushed me to be something that she wasn't. So my mom was a ninth grade dropout. So in the United States, we go to school through 12th grade. She did not finish high school. She dropped out in ninth grade. I believe my dad also dropped out in ninth grade. My grandparents never finished high school either. They were immigrants, and so it was kind of on me to be the first generation to even graduate high school. But I remember my mom always wanting more for me. She wanted me to go to college. She wanted me to get a degree, to make something of myself. And I'm in this group home at 14. She does her time, she gets out, she gets me back, and I'm living with her again, and I'm about 15 years old. And I push through. I do okay in high school. I get into a pretty good college, a top 50 school in the United States. And I go away from school, and one day I'm coming home, and I'm home for a Thanksgiving break. My mom, unbeknownst to me, was actually into heavy drugs. So she was into heroin, which I wasn't aware about. This is something that was kind of new to me. But she actually overdosed while I was home for Thanksgiving, and passed away. She was in a coma for a little bit, passed away about a month later. So by the time that I was 19 years old, I was out of college, still very poor, still very fresh to the world. I didn't know much of what I was going to do, and I was placed into a situation now where I didn't have any family members because my mom passed away. I didn't really have a sense of purpose or a sense of where I wanted to be in life. And at that point in time, I thought of all different things that I could do to get out of where I was in, that position I was in. You think of the worst possible things. You think of, maybe I buy drugs and try to deal them. How do you make money? How do you get out of this mess? If you're a college student and you're trying to make ends meet, how do you work and go to school full time with no support while having to pay rent, while having to do everything else? And for me personally, it was a situation where I hadn't really had to pay bills before. I didn't really have to do anything. My mom took care of all that. So it was very much a culture shock, to the point where I had to drop out of the school that I was in and move to another college just to come back home and take care of the assets, take care of everything that was there. So even more starting to lean into that money motivator. I started becoming very motivated by money. How do I make money? Can I, like I said, can I deal drugs? Can I get jobs? What do I do to in order to get into this money? And growing up poor will do that to you. It'll motivate you to do things, and we see that even as an off tangent with cyber criminals now and COVID-19. There's an increase in criminal activity, and it's not just because everybody's at home. It's because a lot of these people, if they're getting laid off from their jobs or they don't have work, they're going to turn and look to a lifestyle of crime or something else in order to make money, and that's how we develop the bad side of hacking too. So money is a big motivator when you're poor, and you look at it in the wrong light sometimes, and that's what I was doing. But I was determined to finish college. I was very, very determined to finish college. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do with my life. I thought that I wanted to be a lawyer. I thought that that was my passion, or something that would be good enough for me on my end that I can make good money. And towards the end of studying, I had actually gotten to my senior year in college. I had taken my law school entrance exams. They're called LSATs here. And I started applying for law schools. But I realized that I was doing that not because I was passionate about it, and not because I wanted to go to school for 3 more years, but because I was looking at how much money a lawyer could make. And would I be happy spending the rest of my life as a lawyer? And the answer was no. And so I thought about it and I said to myself, what could I do in my life right now when I don't know the answer to what I want to do? And for me personally, I chose business. I didn't know what I wanted to do in business. I knew that I was good with numbers. And for me, I turned to accounting because I knew I would be good at it. I thought it was pretty safe. Everybody needs an accountant. They're never going to be shortage of jobs for accounting. So I ended up going to school and finishing my degree in accounting. And from there, I ended up actually getting a MBA in computer information systems and finished grad school as well. I did spend time in between working in public accounting, and quickly I realized that accounting wasn't for me. So in between going to grad school and doing accounting, or working as an accountant, I was working maybe 60 hours, 70 hours a week. And when you really take it and break it down, I was working for a minimum wage. I think my starting salary was something around, I think it was $40,000 a year. And that, depending where you live, could be a lot, couldn't be that much. But for an accountant, it's really not that great, especially when you're working 60 hours, 70 hours here. I could be working minimum wage somewhere and be making the same amount for those dollars. So it was very disheartening. And part of me was just seeking something different, and I didn't know what it was that I was seeking or what I wanted to be. So I joined the army. That was my next logical thing. I said, I've never had a journey before. Always wanted to do something honorable. I wanted to serve my country. I wanted to get out. I never been on an airplane before. My first flight was actually to basic training when I was in the army. So I wanted to do something different. I was told by my recruiter when I was going through that you should pick something different than you do in an everyday life, because you will get very tired if you're an accountant in the public life and you're an accountant in the military as well. And I went for the reserves so that way I could still have a public career and work on my life and that side, and still have a service career as well. So I ended up choosing the medical field, and I had a great experience in that. When I came back, I went into my MBA program and I graduated that. And from there, I had decided I think I want to go into IT, but I wasn't really sure. So, a little bit of background and taught the IT side of things. I got a computer. I remember when I was 4 years old. I'm pretty sure my mom cut a bad check for that, but don't judge me for it. I got it was a Hewlett Packard. This is before they were even HP. I think it was just Hewlett Packard, and it was, I think, a 1500 megahertz computer, and I think it cost quite a bit of money. Um, it was quite a bit of money back then. I remember we were running on Prodigy as a service, and then we ran on AOL, of course. And growing up, I remember coding on AOL. We would make chat bots. I remember getting hit with my first attack, or somebody hacked me with a virus, and they made me download something, and they were opening my CD drive, closing my CD drive. They could turn your screen blue. There were so many different things that we were doing to each other back in the day, and this was I think my early exposure to hacking and coding and all that stuff. And my mom, I remember, for a time also went to community college, and she was bringing home her homework and her books. And one of the classes she was taking was algebra. Another class she was taking was intro to web design. And I remember learning HTML out of her books and building websites. And also, I remember doing college level algebra when I was 10. It was just something that was fascinating to me. I love the math or logical side. I love the coding and development side. And it was just something that got my wheels spinning. So fast forward back to graduating my MBA program, the thought had entered my head that I want to get into IT. I didn't know what I was going to do yet. So I started applying to just general IT jobs, like help desk positions. I wasn't getting a single call back. Meanwhile, a company here in the States came to me and said, "We'll pay you $55,000 if you come move to our location and be an accountant for us." And I said, "Oh boy, $55,000? That's so much money. I've never heard of that much money for me personally in my life." And remember, I was making 40,000 before. And again, I was back to being an accountant, but this time it was even worse. Because in order to take this money and take this decision, I had to move to the middle of nowhere. And I had the choice to move where I wanted. And I remember picking a location that had a Walmart here, so a big superstore that I could shop at, because otherwise everything was so remote and so country that there was just nothing. And my drive to work, just to put this into perspective, I drove 45 minutes each way to work on a 2-lane highway. So one car going this way, one car coming this way. And I often had to say, "Hey, I'm late today," because there was farming equipment in the road driving 5 miles an hour and you just could not get around it. So I was really in the middle of nowhere. I left any friends that I had behind. I actually had a girlfriend that I left behind. Anything that was important to me, I left. And I left it for what? For money, for a job. I didn't even want to be in accounting anymore. I left accounting. I joined the army. I went into my master's program thinking I was going to do something different. I was thinking about IT, but the money came back to me. And this is part of my roots. This is part of being poor. I thought to myself, I need to do this because it's going to help me financially. And I was always thinking, what can I be next? What new job can I move into? Once I'm at this job, can I become a controller or something, move up? And how much money can I make? That was always the question I would ask. It wasn't like, what is the job details? What does the job do? It was always, how much money can I make? So I became very hyper focused on that, to the point where I would leave an entire life behind to go live miserably and earn money. And over time, I learned that it really wasn't the job for me. I would go into work and it was nighttime when I left. It was dark out when I left. I would get home, it was dark out. I was working long hours plus driving an hour and a half each day if I was lucky and didn't get stuck behind any farming equipment. So with that, on top of having a very bad manager, and please take this or don't take this lightly. I do not badmouth many people in my life, but this manager was the micromanager of all micromanagers. Just one example that I like to give to put it into perspective is, one day I was leaving at 4:59. We get out at 5 o'clock. I was done for the day, clocked out, ready to leave. 4:59. She stops me and says, "Where are you going? It is not 5 o'clock yet." It didn't matter if the work was done. It didn't matter about anything. It was 1 minute to go, and you had not completed your shift. Somebody breathing down your neck constantly 24/7. And come to learn, once I took the job, she had one person below her in the position, and I was her ninth person below her in 3 years. That means every person before me had quit and moved on somewhere else. So um, when you have a pattern to a problem, it becomes evident, but apparently they weren't seeing it. So I became victim number 9. And one day I got to the point where I was honestly fed up. It was just another day of being unhappy, just dreading going into work. I went into work And I remember that I had gotten so frustrated, not that I advocate any of this, but I had gotten so frustrated that I took my company card, I took my ID, I took everything that belonged to the company and I left it on my desk. I walked out at lunchtime and I never came back. I never went back. That was my last day as an accountant and I never would ever go back. I swore that to myself. I went home. I went to the management office of where I lived. I broke my lease. I rented a U-Haul and I made the effort of moving out west. Now, this was on a complete whim. I didn't have the money for it. I didn't really have the cash. I had a credit card. Thank you for that. Thankfully for that, but I had a very, very, very distant relative that lived in this town called Albuquerque, New Mexico. So I drove out there with all my stuff in a U-Haul. She was somebody that I found on happenstance on Facebook, and she said, "Hey, you can come, stay with me for a little bit, get on your feet." And when I got out there, it turned out that she unfortunately was on drugs too. So it was like another situation where I seemed like I couldn't get away from it. And I just told myself, I need to get away from this kind of environment. This is what I grew up in. It's not good. It's not healthy, and I got out of there as quick as possible. And I just thought, how am I going to hustle? What am I going to do? I started applying for jobs. And this is really one of the big life lessons that I learned, on top of the money thing. But we're going to get into the money thing a little bit here down the road in the story. One of the bigger life lessons I learned is when I was applying for these jobs in IT, I was looking at help desk. I had no credentials. Okay. I had my MBA. It was in information systems. I had passion. I did not have any knowledge whatsoever. I had been using a computer since I was 4 years old. I was very well versed with computer platforms, troubleshooting, etc. to an extent. But I remember going into the application process and seeing all different types of jobs and their requirements, and they had, you need 3 years of experience, you need A plus, Net plus, Security plus, all these certifications that I just didn't have. And there was this one job where they offered $50,000, which was a little less than I was making. On This was on the job description. They offered $50,000. They wanted 3 years of experience. They wanted at least an A plus and a Net plus certification. And I became very discouraged. I almost clicked close out of the application, but something told me you need to apply to this job. And I did. I applied to the job and I actually got called back for an interview. And that was the time that I learned, that was my first lesson, that the job requirements are there, but it's not necessary. You can ignore them. Okay. You need to be the job requirement. You don't need to focus on the job requirements. You need to make yourself the requirement. You need to make the job want you. And we'll talk about that too. But when you're up against these jobs and you're trying to apply and get into the field, whether it be information security or anything, you're going to see these outlandish job requirements and just ignore them. Apply. The worst thing that can happen is they say no to you. That's the absolute worst thing. So you might get rejected. That's okay. You go and you apply to a different job or a different company. If somebody's interested in you, if you can make yourself a desirable candidate, they will overlook the job requirement or the experience requirement or certain certifications. So going into that interview, I didn't know what to expect. And I got there and they were asking me different types of troubleshooting questions. And some I knew, some I really didn't know at all. And they could tell, and they talked to me at the interview. They said, I can tell that you don't know a lot. And I said, that's true. And that's another thing too. During the interview, be very honest. If you're interviewing for anything, be incredibly honest. Don't try to BS any interviewer. They're going to know if you're trying to make stuff up, especially if they know the right answer. So what you need to do is say, I don't know, but I will find out, and just be very honest. And when we got into the conversation, I said, look, I am here because I am passionate about IT. I'm passionate about being in this field. I don't know everything. I don't want to tell you that I know everything because I don't. And I will give you 110% effort, but I just need you to take a chance on me. And with that, I also offered them to pay me less. I said, let me prove to you that I can be your ideal candidate. I will take less money to be here and I will work my tail off and I will be the candidate that you want. And they brought me back for another interview, and I ended up acing it, and I got the job. So their job posting was for $50,000 a year. I ended up getting a job. I think it was for 41.5, 42. So it was a pretty significant pay cut than what I was at with the 55,000, but nonetheless, I was now in IT. I was now at this job where I could be myself and I could learn about everything. And boy, did I learn about everything, because I didn't. When I got there, I thought I knew some stuff. I did not know much. I had to be taught what Active Directory was. I had to be taught what DNS was, DHCP, any sort of networking protocol. And it was just study, study, study all the time. So I made it a point that I wanted to get my A plus, and I did that. Net plus, Security plus, CEH. I did all that. I did all that while I was still at this job. And what I would do is, if it was slow, there were no tickets coming in, I would be studying. And if I would go home, I would study, because I knew I wanted to grow and develop. I knew I didn't want to be in help desk forever, though I didn't know what I wanted to be at that time. I knew that if I was going to get there, I had to do more than what I was just doing now. And I have a really good friend who would always tell me, he was my coworker from this job. It's actually where we met. He would tell me, "You're no fun. All you do is study. You don't want to you don't want to play with me." We used to play like Tetris or do dumb stuff on lunch, and it became to the point where I was really motivated to just get these certifications knocked out that I even started putting my friends off a little bit. And he would just tell me these things. Hey, you're no fun, and it's true. Maybe you're not, but if it's something that involves career advancement, sometimes you have to be no fun. So it got to the point to where one day he and I were actually having a conversation, and he said to me, "Do you know that people get paid to hack?" And I said, "What do you mean? Like the bad guys?" He's like, "No, there's a whole field out there called ethical hackers, and you can get paid to hack into people." And I just thought that was absolutely crazy, because my whole experience has just been watching the movies and seeing the TV shows, and people are hacking into things, and it's always the bad guy. It's always somebody in a hoodie or a dark uniform, typing very fast, things running across the screen. Nobody ever explains it to you that there can be good hackers too. So a little light bulb went off in my head, and immediately I became fascinated. Immediately I became fascinated. And I started going out, I started looking, and this is a great advice for anybody that's interested in anything. Google is your absolute best friend. Google is going to be your best friend throughout your IT career. But I would go Google things and I would say, how do you become an ethical hacker? And I would look on Reddit. Reddit's a very great resource into finding out all kinds of questions. If you have a question, there's a chance that it's been asked on Reddit and somebody's answered it. So I looked and tried to just figure out what things I needed to do, or what did I need to study to get into this field. And I kept seeing the same things over and over. You need to know Linux. You need to know some sort of coding language. So Python would be useful. You need to have a good networking background. Chances are that you need some work experience before you get into the field. You also need to understand the network side, so network methodology, pen test methodology. You need to understand web app pen test methodology. On top of all that, it's good to have certifications like the OSCP. And I just started thinking about, okay, what do I need to do? At that time, I think I only had the A plus. And I just told myself, what do I need to do to get better? How do I get better? How do I improve? And how do I set this plan forward? So I set a goal for myself. I said, I want to be a pen tester in the next 2 years. And it came down to learning a few lessons there. With the studying part, when you move up in the ranks, you're going to find that you're going to find a lot of people that are complacent. Okay. When I was studying A plus, Net plus, Security plus, and I was in my job working help desk, there were people that were at that job that had been in the same position for 10 years. There's nothing wrong with being in the same position for 10 years, but it's a little bit of complacency. You can be complacent if you're happy. But for me, I wasn't happy. I wasn't the type of person that wanted to stay in a job for 10 years. I had goals, I had places I wanted to be. So if you have people that try to tell you, hey, you're not being any fun, or this isn't, I don't like that you're studying all the time. But if it's your career, your decision, your motivation, and it's what makes you happy, that should be your priority. That should be your priority with work. I'm not saying to completely write out family or friends completely, but if you have goals and you set them for yourself, that should be a top priority. So that is goal number one here, is do not be a complacent person, especially if you're trying to get into information security. Ethical hacking, just as an example, there are new attacks, new CVEs, new everything released all the time. There's also new defenses released all the time. It's a cat and mouse game. There's always new things. If you take a ethical hacking person and you leave them alone for 2 years, they pick up no new knowledge over 2 years, chances are they're going to be left behind. This field is just always evolving. You need to be studying constantly, and that always learning mentality, like what I'm describing of wanting to be studying that A plus, that net plus, or that next thing, you have to be passionate about the field you're getting into, and you have to be that lifelong learner if you're going to migrate into information security or ethical hacking. Now, back into my story. I approached my job and I said, I want to do security here. We were what is called an MSP, which is a managed service provider. They have MSSPs, which are security, managed service provider, security service provider, which do focus on security. And I told them, I said, I want to get into security. I want to build upon that career. And they told me, we don't really see that happening here. And I was kind of torn because this was the company that took a chance on me. This was the company that paid for some of my certifications. But at the same time, I felt like I was outgrowing them, and that there was so much more. I talked about needing to have experience potentially, or needing to get these certifications for hacking and pick up these extra skills. And while I was studying and learning, I felt like I'd maxed my potential. I learned all the clients that we had. I had learned their software. I learned the basic troubleshooting problems. I was promoted several times when I was there. I went from being a level 1, which is just working a desk, to being level 2, which is doing repairs on site, into being a network administrator, which was a lot more advanced work compared to doing the help desk stuff. And it was great, but at the same time, I felt like I could move on and do something else. So again, I started applying for jobs, and I applied for jobs in the area. I started applying for network engineer positions because I thought that moving into a pen test position, I really wasn't ready. I needed to focus on something else. So I moved into applying for these network engineer positions. And again, I found myself in the same situation. I wanted to apply for these jobs, and I just kept coming into, well, you need a CCNA. Well, you need 4 or 5 years of experience. You need all these things. And I didn't meet any of the criteria yet again. So I took my lesson that I learned from the first time around of not paying attention to the requirements, just ignoring the requirements, and applied. And eventually, this organization called Sandia National Labs, which is a research facility, it's a Department of Energy research facility in the United States, reached out to me and said, hey, we're interested in talking to you. So I applied for a network engineer position. I have the interview. The interview goes fairly well, but the big issue comes up that I don't have a CCNA. And most of my experience with working with Cisco, and they were a Cisco shop, most of my experience working with Cisco was from a GUI, or a graphical interface, that I could kind of point and click, enter in commands, and it was great. They were all command lines. So CCNA was super important. It was very important to be able to understand the configurations that were in front of you. And again, I was in a situation where I really wasn't the most qualified out of all the people that they interviewed. But at the same time, I told them, I said, look, here I am. I promise you that I'm dedicated to this job. I want to learn. This is something I'm passionate about. And I promise you I will get my CCNA if you bring me on board. And that did the trick. They actually called me back and they offered me a senior position at the company. They were very thrilled to have me. They thought I interviewed very well and brought me on. And within the first month, I got my CCNA at that job. I held my promise as well because I was passionate. I wanted to learn. I wanted to know more, and I was hungry. I was motivated. So you gotta be hungry, you gotta be motivated, especially if you're gonna be moving up. You cannot be complacent again. So always be hungry, do not be complacent, and ignore the job requirements. These are the lessons that we're kind of picking up over time. All right. Now, moving on, I knew the ultimate goal was that this was a stepping stone. I didn't want to be a network engineer forever, but I was there and I didn't want to say I was paying my dues, but I was definitely using this job in order to get to another one. So I had found out at the job that there was the opportunity to work as a pen tester at that job. Okay, so I met with some of the pen testers. They had a whole another division that did pen testing or ethical hacking. And they told me, look, go get your OSCP certification and we'll bring you on. So I asked for the OSCP certification from my boss. Boss said, yes, I'll pay for it. He knew my intentions and he covered the OSCP, and I studied for the OSCP and I passed the OSCP, which, if you don't know what the OSCP is, it's an ethical hacking certification that is kind of like a golden ticket. It's practical. So you have to hack into so many machines in order to get your certification, and it's respected at least as getting your foot in the door in the industry. So I went out and got that, and I went to the job and they told me, well, actually, you don't have a computer science degree, so we can't hire you. It didn't matter that I had the piece of paper that they wanted, or the OSCP, or the passion, or anything else. And this is government, okay? They said, because you do not have this piece of paper that says computer science on your background, we're just not going to hire you. So I was distraught. And again, I was back at the drawing board, but I ended up finding a career again. I ended up being the outgrowing that and ready to move on, and started applying. And some of the things that I found when I was going through my job application process into trying to apply for ethical hacking jobs was there was a lot of gatekeeping all around. Okay, there's a lot of gatekeeping. The OSCP certification is great. It will not necessarily get you into an interview. There are not many opportunities either. So for me personally, I had to be willing to move or go into other jobs. And that was a little bit stressful too, because I had a girlfriend or fiance at the time, and who's now my wife. But at the time, she had grew up in New Mexico. She had never left New Mexico, so convincing her to move with me was going to be difficult as well if we had to do that. So we get to this point where there's a lot of gatekeeping, and I'm again, you saw gatekeeping too with the whole degree certification type deal. So it takes a lot of time and patience. Patience is absolutely critical, and networking is another thing that I think is critical. So if you are not networking now, you absolutely need to be. I was a part of a Slack group. I was a part of Discord channels. I was just, as a whole, out there and making friends with people. I was talking to people when I was doing my OSCP certification or studying for it that were also studying for it. I think that really helped. I would talk to people that were already working in the field. I would just get general advice. And when it came time to looking for jobs and applying for work, a lot of the chances and interviews that I had came from those people. So being able to network and establish those relationships and connections, super, super important. Now, eventually, I made my way into the field. I got quite a few interviews, and the interviews that I had in front of me were really, there was three of them. One was a job that was from somebody that I was networking with, and it was 40% travel, which is a lot of travel. You're gone pretty much every other week. Another job was a job where there was a good opportunity. It was completely work from home. I wouldn't have to move. But at the same time, there were 55 hours a week that I'd have to be working. The job would have no handholding. When I talked to the manager, he told me that you need to come in, you need to be prepared to work, and we're not going to really teach you anything. You just need to pick it up as you go. Personally, I wanted somebody to hold my hand and train me. I wanted good work-life balance, so the 55 hours a week wasn't going to cut it. And then I found a job where they said, hey, you're going to have to move. You'll be remote most of the time. You'll work from home. But if you have to go on site, you have to be near us. But at the same time, we'll pay for your training. You're only going to work 40 hours a week. And we're going to teach you. We're going to train you. We're going to make you into a better pen tester. And that for me was the best choice out of it. So I was very patient, and that's another key takeaway here is to make sure that you're patient with your job. A lot of people I see make the mistake of applying for any job and every job and then taking the first one that comes. And it can be exciting to get a job offer, absolutely, but you want to make sure that the job that you're going for is going to make you happy. So make sure that it's going to make you happy. I was not going to be happy if I was working 55 hours a week, and especially if nobody's going to be there to hold my hand, help me with training, etc. So make sure that you're happy. Now, when I was in my pen test job, I started working on my other passion, which is teaching. And I had made it into pen testing. I was very excited, but I wanted to give back to the community. I wanted to give back what I was learning. And I started with creating a YouTube channel. And I started with making walkthroughs. I started making lesson plans and courses and just doing all the stuff that related to my passion. And over time, my channel started growing. And I think I told you at the beginning, we're somewhere, I think, at 140,000 subscribers. I mean, it grew pretty significantly to the point where my write-ups, my walkthroughs, my video content, people were starting to recognize my name. People were starting to come to my job, and it had been a couple of years since I had been at my job now, but they were coming to my job and they were saying, hey, Heath works here, right? Can we get Heath to do our pen test? Because we know who he is and we like his style. We want him to do our pen test. And I wasn't seeing any of this action. I wasn't seeing any money, no referral bonuses, nothing. It was just like all these people are coming in. So the wheels start spinning for me that maybe it's time that I go into business for myself and leave this side behind of working for somebody else. And that's what I did. I went into business myself. I started this training academy. I started doing courses. I started doing client engagement work and migrated into being my own self person. But I want to kind of talk about it at a high level. I've kind of walked you through my life story, but there's so many little lessons to take away into being this ethical hacker, being this journey on this journey into ethical hacking that I think are super important. So we start back with the beginning where we talk about you need to ignore the requirements. Okay, if you're applying for jobs, you want to get into this field, ignore the requirements. And if you wanted to get into this field too, Google is going to be your best friend. If you want to be a hacker, do the research, understand what you need to do. You can actually ask dumb questions in the cyber community. If you do not do your research and you go into a community and you just ask a question, I'll give an example, by the way. One of the questions was that somebody has taken the time to email me before is what is the password to log into Kali Linux? Which it used to be root Tor, and now it's just Kali. Somebody took the time to email me that question. And this has happened on at least 10 occasions, by the way, if not more. But they could have gone to Google, asked that question, and figured it out. So that tells me that you're not putting in the work or not doing the research. And we get these questions all the time. So make sure you're doing your research and you're using Google effectively and you're creating a life lesson plan. Once you start to understand the plan that you want to take and the path that you want to go down, then start applying for jobs that can get you there. Like help desk is great. SOC analyst jobs into pen testing, great. Network engineer, great. But you have to understand the requirements of what you need to do to get here. If you want to be a good hacker, you have to have a Linux foundation. You have to have somewhat of a coding foundation. You have to have a network foundation, and then you build upon that. You start to understand the methodology. You start to understand the different types of network attacks and web app attacks and wireless attacks, and you build upon it. I'm not here today to tell you XYZ, this is what you need to do. There's research that can be done for that, but I'm telling you the huge career advice that I can give you into getting into this field. The next best thing here is complacency. Please, if you want to be successful in this field, do not do it for anybody else but yourself, and do not be complacent. Okay. Couple things here. You will encounter people that will tell you you're studying too much, you're doing too much. You need to take some relaxation and hang out with me, or and that's okay. It's okay to do that as long as you do that in moderation. But do not be the people that you see that are in the same position for 10 years and have no desire to move up. Because if you're in this field, you need to always be studying. You need to always be thinking of the next thing. Now, I told you we're going to talk about money. We're bringing back money. Money is a huge motivator, but you have seen now that I haven't talked about it since I was talking about accounting. All the way that I got through accounting, I was talking money, 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 because that's all that was on my mind. When it came to ethical hacking, it was just, what can I study next? What's the next thing? I love this field. I'm passionate about this field. The money's fantastic, by the way. In the United States, my first job was $102,000 a year. When I left that job, I was making $140,000 a year. The money's great, but it was never something that was even on my mind. Like I was so passionate about hacking. I was so passionate about IT that it was what I really wanted to do. And we see in this field, we see a lot of people make the mistake of using money as a motivator. Or the other motivator is that hacking sounds cool. It just sounds awesome. It is awesome. It's sexy. It's great. It makes a lot of money. But there's a reason why it is this way, okay? And this is not to discourage you. This is to motivate you. The reason why we have this is basic economics. We're in the time frame right now where we have not enough pen testers and a lot of people wanting pen testers. And what does that mean? That means high salaries. Why is that happening though? Because people are thinking, I want to get into this field because it sounds cool, but they do not realize the amount of work that it takes to get into this field. You have to be motivated. You have to study all the time. It is a lot of work, but it is incredibly motivating. For me, when I sit down and I work on a project and I work on hacking, I just lose the track of time. I'm absolutely in love with it. I never think about, man, this is work. Every day that I went into work as an accountant, I thought, when is it 5 o'clock? How can I get out of here? Can I get out of here any faster? It's never like that for me anymore. And it shouldn't be like that for you either. This should be a motivator. I know plenty of people in this field that will work and then they'll study. They'll work or they'll build a lab. They'll work and they'll play Hack the Box. They'll do other stuff that's just fun for them. So you have to make sure that this is something that you absolutely want to do before you get into it, but it is incredibly rewarding if you do. And these are the minor motivators for you. So always study. Don't be complacent. Don't do this for money. Do this for passion. If you're interested in getting in this field, feel free to reach out to me again on Twitter. You can join my Discord community. There's plenty of options for you. There's a lot of free training. There's a lot of cheap training. There's a lot of guides out there on how to break in, but you have to make sure that this is for you. All right. So hopefully that makes sense. This has been my talk. We have a shortage, and I want to see all of you make your way in here, and I want you to be passionate and be motivated and want to be ethical hackers. So the next time that you think about the bad guy in the hoodie, think about how you could be the good guy helping prevent that. Think about the other side. If you didn't know that ethical hacking was a thing until today, think about the good side and the things that you can do there. Think about the motivators that I've talked about and the life lessons. And it doesn't just apply, by the way, to ethical hacking. It applies to everything. Ignore the job requirements. Don't be complacent. Study hard. Be motivated. Be passionate. Don't chase the money. The money will find you. Okay? Don't chase the money. The money will find you. Find passion in your life. Use it to motivate yourself. Do what it is that you want to do and find success. Thank you so much. I really hope you enjoyed this talk. I hope that you enjoy the rest of the conference as well. Cheers.
Thanks a lot, sir. That was really a wonderful talk. Now, coming to the author of the best-selling book, Penetration Testing, Miss Georgia Weidman, speaking us on security in coronavirus. Over to you, ma'am.
CIA conference. It's Georgia Weidman here from the United States, and I'm going to talk to you a bit about security in the time of COVID-19. Mobile security comes home, as I call it, but really this isn't anything particularly different because this is the same sort of stuff that I've been talking about for a really long time. It's just the world is, shall we say, kind of waking up to the issues that have been issues for 20 years at least, ever since people started using their own devices, ever since mobile devices came around. Then we got IoT and all sorts of cloud apps and, all the things that we use to be productive. It just suddenly became, I guess, the only way that people were able to be productive when they had to stay home. So people started perhaps to think about the security of them. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that today. It is kind of going to be US-centric since that's where I am, and while typically I travel a lot, I have not been able to travel this year at all, really. I came back, I went to New Zealand, and then I went to the RSA conference in San Francisco, and then I went home, and then we were locked down, and I've not traveled since then, so I'm sure things are somewhat similar, somewhat different in your own environments, but regardless, we can hopefully take some things away from this that you can, bring to your own understanding of security and the security of your own enterprise and your own home, because now more than ever, the security of your own home, which is likely your workplace, and, the security of all the other devices there, your children, your spouses, anything else that's connected to your network, have become even more paramount in terms of the security of your organization where you work. So, let's see what I've got. All right, so this is basically stolen from Cisco. You can tell because of the blue boxes, but this is kind of the idea of what IT and security think of when they think of the network that they're in charge of securing. I mean, obviously, this is a two-dimensional image, so it's going to be flat regardless. But, even if you're thinking, lots of different sites and whatnot, it's still, the idea has always been, I think, in security, at least in, what I've seen in terms of, what we need to secure, what we need to test, where we need to put our security budget. It's always been very, very perimeter based. And that being, we need to control what's coming in and what's coming out of our network. So we put a lot of our security at that perimeter. We put our next-gen firewalls, our intrusion detection, intrusion preventions, all those things at the perimeter, and perhaps maybe ignore is too strong a word, but tend to overlook a lot of the other things that come into play in a modern security environment. Certainly now when we're all working at home, but it's been, like I said, a problem for a long time, and we have likely all have our own phones. A lot of us are using our own laptops, so on and so forth. So, those are things that may never actually come into the security perimeter and yet are going to be handling potentially sensitive data, or they're going to leave the security perimeter and come back and potentially not be in a good state and now be able to access things inside the perimeter, leave again, with that data. Again, well, I have a slide for that. So reality, this is, aside from adding zoom to this is actually a slide I've used for a long time, because again, this has been a problem for a long time, because this is just, this is not how we have worked in a really long time, unless you're in a very, very specific, environment where, it is all like that. But, as we've seen for years, productivity is very limited, in this environment. I mean, it was nice, looking back, and it's like, oh, you come home from work and then you don't have to think about it again until 8 o'clock the next morning. But at least for me and, everyone I know, that has not been how we worked for a really long time. We've gone to conference, we've gone to customer sites, we've gone on vacation and worked there anyway. We've often go to meetings at somebody else's site and, had to bring up, data from, for a demo or something. So, I mean, our data and our security posture has long since left the perimeter. But again, in COVID-19, when we were all suddenly at home, a lot of people who did not really have a security plan for this, suddenly had to deal with it. So our reality is, indeed, we're not traveling now, but our work sites are now our homes, which, that's an airport, one would presume, but, we're not in the airport. We're probably not as much in the coffee shop either, but, we are in our homes, which, may or may not have the best security ever. As a security person, as a penetration tester, I like to say that my home security is the worst because I have tons of vulnerable devices on the network by design because I'm testing them. So there's all sorts of stuff. Or, I'm building a class and I've got, vulnerable systems that I created for my students to be able to, hack as beginner hackers, just learning. And, they're live on my network, just hanging out. So yeah, I've definitely, even me, as a security person, over the years, I've had to, come up with ways to, have those insecurities live alongside, the necessary security of, working with customer data and, working with customers who, expect a certain level of security. And now that's true of just about any enterprise. It is now at home, and we have to somehow have some sort of security in the home when we've focused all our security on, our core network itself and its perimeter, whereas that is for many companies now just basically a data center at best. So, we've had cloud apps for a long time. Cloud apps are great. They are, great for productivity. You've always kind of had either we, roll our own email and then we have to secure it ourselves, which, has varying success, or, we get Microsoft or G Suite or something like that. And then we are, anytime we're using someone else's platform, we are relying on them for the security. And, we're hoping that they're doing all the right things because the cloud service out there, it's just a bunch of, boxes in the cloud. So, they could fall victim to, all the same security issues that we fall victim to in our own, both home and work scenarios, bad passwords, getting phished, not patching, when there's vulnerabilities. And of course, there's always the possibility of, 0-day vulnerabilities in any of that software. At this point, I feel like that's something we just have to accept is going to happen. We are far away from being able to create completely secure products that are, also useful to people. So, the idea of there being no security risk when using something is something I think is very far off, something I would hope that I'm going to be instrumental in the future making happen, but it's just not there. There is going to be risk. That's just the reality of things. We had risk when we were like this, plenty of enterprises were still getting popped. We certainly have risk like this. The difference being that, we still think like this in terms of when we're doing our risk management, in terms of when we're, deciding where we're going to put our security budget, deciding, what we're going to buy. We are, I'm afraid, very much in IT and security, still very much thinking of the enterprise like this, when we now need to be thinking of it like this. A lot of the solutions that, make sense in a perimeter-based security definitely don't make a lot of sense now. And again, this is really nothing new. We have definitely been moving drastically in this direction for a long time. We've been using cloud apps for a long time. It didn't start with COVID-19. I had used Zoom for a long time and a lot of other platforms. I pick on Zoom because they're the ones that I guess are getting the biggest share of the market, but you can do meetings on G Suite or Microsoft Teams or any Skype, any other number of these as well, and we have been doing it for a long time. One of the great things to come out of COVID-19 is maybe we'll stop having to go downtown for meetings that we could have on Zoom and then not have to drive for an hour or even more. I hear you guys have even worse traffic than we do, so there's that. All right, so threat model. So this is a phone, but really you can think of it as any, modern device, even a laptop. One of the things about these devices that, we don't really think about in terms of if they're just going to sit here is how mobile they are, hence the name mobile, I suppose. But, they do move around. They go to different places, perhaps not so much anymore in COVID-19, but, they are moving outside of, the network that is owned by security. You know, they're probably on a home Wi-Fi. And for each of your employees being on a home Wi-Fi, you don't really know what the security of that Wi-Fi is, what the security of the other devices are. So really the threat model is all the things that are around it as well as the device itself. Whereas, you know, in this sort of scenario, we can control the things that are around it to some extent. We can control the perimeter, but, you know, it being moving around the world or being in someone's home that is not owned by the enterprise. I mean, unless the enterprise is going to show up and, you know, redo everybody's network and throw off all the kids' laptops so they can't do their schoolwork anymore, throw off all the IoT devices that everybody's bought, throw off all your personal devices, or, you know, do security assessments upon them. You're basically looking at, you need to treat every employee device as though it's in a zero trust environment, as well as the device itself being zero trust because it's likely owned by the employee or managed by the employee at least. So, you know, you don't really know, you know, what else they brought there. So, I mean, I have some examples on here. Malicious applications, certainly, you know, we've tried, you know, blacklisting, whitelisting, you know, what have you, to try to make it so that there are not malicious applications on the devices. The carriers themselves, you know, try their best. The app stores do a pretty good job, but I mean, it's certainly possible that there's going to be some malicious application on a device or on the network that is listening, and you have your employees doing potentially sensitive work in that environment. You know, certainly, you know, devices being stolen, someone having unauthorized access to it. Phishing is a big deal. You know, it's been a big deal for a long time. We've mainly focused on email, but, you know, with the advent of these devices, there are myriad other ways people can be phished, which we will talk about in a little bit. All the ways they are connected. So, you know, these things have a lot of connections. So, I mean, even just, I mean, the laptop has Bluetooth on it. The phone has near field communication, Bluetooth, all sorts of different things. They also hook up, you know, to the mobile carrier, to the Wi-Fi probably at home instead of the corporate Wi-Fi. You may be using a VPN, but nonetheless, you know, what about the data that's going out, say, through the mobile carrier? So there's lots of different connections, and we don't control them. So that's where that perimeter-based security is really falling down right now, because, you know, the devices are not inside the perimeter at all now. So, you know, we're not really able to, with a perimeter-based model, we're not able to do anything in terms of monitoring that in and out connection, because, you know, at best, you know, we're VPNing in, but, you know, what happens the rest of the time? And, you know, that's just one device. You know, the ecosystem that comes with the device, you know, I've mentioned, you know, the rest of the network. You know, your spouse and your kids' devices, you know, the IoT devices in your smart home, you know, your neighbors who might have, like, cracked your Wi-Fi password, because that happens. So, I mean, you've got all that as well, but just talking in terms of a single device, you know, they're perhaps unprecedentedly hooked up to the cloud themselves, you know, without the user really having to do anything. There's tons of other devices that come with, you know, the single employee-owned device. You know, you think of all the ways, you know, the cellular infrastructure itself, the Wi-Fi network, you know, the home Wi-Fi network is hooked up to, you know, whoever their vendor is, and, you know, they've got boxes in the cloud that might be missing patches or have bad passwords, or they might have employees who get phished. You know, they fall potentially to the same security issues that the rest of us do. Same with the cellular infrastructure. I mean, that signal goes out to some antenna somewhere, but it does go out to, you know, a bunch of boxes that are in the cloud that are owned by the cellular network that employee uses. Security, question mark. And then, you know, we've got, you know, any of our enterprise setups that we have. I mean, a lot of people already had enterprise mobility management, mobile device management, lots of different stuff for productivity, for mobility. Again, you know, COVID-19 has just really brought this to the forefront. It's not anything that hasn't long since been a problem. I mean, most enterprises had bring your own device. Most enterprises had employees that were working from home or working from a client site or working from the airplane or working from the coffee shop, long before COVID-19 hit. It just, like I said, has kind of brought it to the forefront. So any of these, enterprise services that we use, if we have enterprise mobility management, again, we're relying on the security of, the back-end infrastructure of that vendor. And same thing for, if we're using email, file share, our app stores, if we have a corporate app store, things like that. I mean, they're all basically somebody else's problem in terms of security and risk that we have to accept. So, we're, I guess, unprecedentedly vulnerable right now. And really, I think, have to start thinking about things a little differently. Zoom. Okay. I've heard that in India that the Brady Bunch was huge. When I first got this picture, I was like, but this is for India. Did they even watch the Brady Bunch? But I've heard that you guys really love the Brady Bunch. So, the Brady Bunch intro, and it's basically Zoom, right? So Alice just needs to turn on her camera, and all the problems we're all having on Zoom, even being really technical people and having used Zoom. I've used Zoom and the other ones for meetings forever. I hate to drive, so if I can do it online, yes. But, it seems like every single conference call, somebody's having some sort of problem. So, yeah. But, like I said, I'm picking on Zoom just because, they're the ones that are getting, I guess, the most press and the most market share. I mean, certainly Zoom made a lot of money and had a lot of customers before this, but it certainly has been a good time in the market for them, but perhaps not a great time in the market for security for them. So actually, I'm going to read this because I got some statistics for this. So according to Gallup, in March of 2020, in just 2 weeks, we went from 31% of Americans working from home. So that's already a pretty big number. The fact that we weren't really thinking too much about security outside of the perimeter when we already had 31% of people working remotely is kind of sad. But it went up to 62% in just 2 weeks, when the lockdown started here in the US. And 78% of Americans were suddenly learning from home. So, people, in school. It's been certainly interesting to watch, the teaching industry, because I've taught online for ages, right? I've done remote classes online, and, suddenly seeing our elementary school teachers kind of run into the same issues that I ran into ages ago and trying to adapt to it has certainly been very interesting. And for Zoom, it was very much a Charles Dickens moment. It was the best of times, certainly, because wow, their stock went up, a gazillion percent. So it went a low of $62 to a high of $588 a share. So certainly it was the best of times, but it was also the worst of times because, suddenly they were getting a lot more scrutiny, as one does. But I mean, this is really just, having a startup myself, I understand, even being a security startup, I understand why this happens because, you got to get your product out, and people are much more interested in features and things working than they are on security. Even security people, let's admit it, we just want the thing to work. We'll think about security later. But, having security suddenly become to the forefront here has been interesting. So it's been a really relentless drumbeat of privacy and security issues for Zoom, which is not surprising. I mean, I think if any app went from, kind of what it was to being as big as it was as quickly as it did, that would be likely to happen. Certainly Zoom probably should have taken more security precautions, done more security testing, had more security oversight way before this happened. But let's be honest, that's pretty much par for the course. Again, I'm picking on Zoom. This would be true of anybody. I think anybody who found themselves in Zoom's position would have basically been in the same position, because suddenly you had, I mean, really it comes down to, I think, a lot of people, they want to be in the news, in the security, so, they all just start attacking Zoom because, if you can find something in Zoom, you'll be on the front page of CNN or whatever. So, you know, they were suddenly getting a lot more oversight than they would have before. It would have just been, you know, somebody's pet project before. Now it's, you know, the entire security industry's favorite project. So I'm not saying that Zoom is any worse than anybody else. Like I said, I think this would have happened to anybody who found themselves in this position. That, you know, what has happened with Zoom in terms of what we've seen in security is, I think, pretty much par for the course, and doesn't say anything about Zoom, but rather says things about, you know, how we're doing in security right now. I mean, this was an app that was already, you know, well adopted, that, you know, people were already having, you know, conversations on it and sending data on it that needed to be secured, and they were making assumptions about that security, and Zoom was perhaps, you know, making promises about that security that weren't necessarily true or, you know, even plausible. I mean, everybody you talk to, yeah, definitely no vulnerabilities. You have to say that, right? Because everybody else does. It's a problem. All of your competitors say, oh yeah, we use the best security. We're super secure. We definitely don't have any security vulnerabilities. We're the best at security. But if you're honest and be like, well, I mean, everything has security vulnerabilities. We've done some security oversight, but it's totally possible that, you know, we've done our cryptography completely wrong and we just don't know it yet, or something like that. I mean, you can't say that, even though it's true of everybody. So, you know, there's been, you know, relentless drumbeat of security issues against Zoom. Some of them were simple fixes like assigning passwords, you know, the fact that, you know, people have just been, you know, been able to drop in on the Zooms, and we saw very early on, you know, a lot of attacks on Zoom, and, you know, just making it a default that you have to have a password kind of seems like something we should have really done a long time ago, but, you know, security is hard. Or limiting what participants could come in, authentication and authorization. I mean, there were some 0 days. There's continually, I think, gonna be 0 days. I mean, I really don't think at this point, like I said, we're at a point where we can stop that from happening. There's gonna be vulnerabilities in the software that you use. The main thing is that, you know, getting them patched, you know, keeping everybody up to date on the latest version, and the vendors dealing with these issues as they come to light very quickly, which Zoom seems to have done a pretty good job on that. So, like I said, it's not really that different than any other system. It's more indicative of, you know, what we're dealing with in terms of security. Everything's vulnerable. Nothing has as much security oversight as it should. Everybody makes a lot of security promises, even security companies. Security companies may be the worst in terms of, you know, if you install this box on your network, or you put this app on your device, all your security problems will go away. That is like everybody's marketing scheme. You know, you go to go to a conference now, but you go down the rows of vendors at the conference, and, you know, they all are telling you the same thing. This will fix all your problems, but that's just not reality. So I think, you know, I think it's been interesting to see a lot of the world just kind of wake up to that. It's like, why is this stuff not more secure? Well, because you haven't required it to be more secure, because you've continued to use it even though it's not secure. And that's just kind of where we're at, I guess. So the security industry is due for a wake-up call. I think COVID-19 has given us some of one, and, you know, made us think differently. But really, it's going to have to be, you know, the end users who are going to have to expect more, going to have to stop buying this crap that doesn't do its job, and insist upon better security, or, you know, people are going to have to stop using, you know, something like Zoom. But, you know, we have to use something, and they're all just as terrible, so what are we going to do? What a disaster. What a time to be alive in security. You know, it's scary, but it's also great. It gives us this opportunity to really, I think, maybe make a shift and really make the world more secure. Whereas, you know, if I go back to my first slide, I swear we have, you know, everybody I work with, everything that they buy, it's all about perimeter security. It's all about the old enterprise. And COVID-19 did not make the new enterprise. I mean, think about it. I've said it a couple times in this talk, and I should stop repeating myself, but, you know, we have been using our own devices, working remotely, taking corporate data out of the corporate enterprise, having boxes online, using, you know, cloud apps that are owned by somebody else, and have, you know, less or more security insight into what's going on with them for a long time. This isn't new. Social engineering, I mentioned I would talk about this. So social engineering is huge. Social engineering is like the number one cause of all the problems in the security world. People are clicking on stuff. I'm clicking on stuff. They got me. They did. It was on my phone though. They sent me a text. I was waiting for a very important package and I got a text message that said it was from United States Postal Service saying, that they needed like a signature to deliver my package, which is reasonable. It happens. I have actually gotten text messages from them before because I've signed up for it, but it was actually a fish and I totally clicked on it and it was bad. Well, it wasn't really bad. I mean, I just cleaned up the mess. But yeah, I mean, it happens. I mean, really, they just wanted me to log in and I didn't. I noticed it before then. But I mean, people click on stuff, but our security awareness training is one, very focused on you're sitting in a desk at an office in an enterprise with enterprise security perimeter around you and not focused on, the real way that we work before and after COVID. And it's also very, very focused on email. Email phishing is absolutely still a problem. It gets people all the time, but that's not the only way that people are being targeted. I mentioned text message got me. Text message has always been a special friend of mine when it comes to security. My first security research, my first talk ages ago was actually about SMS botnets. So it's always been a friend of mine. We've also got apps, especially the, secure apps like WhatsApp and Telegram. I mean, any way that you can send somebody a link to get them to click on it, that is a potential way to be phished. And I think their own security awareness kind of drops down because they're like, okay, this app is secure. It says it's secure. It says it on the manual that it's secure. So they're taking care of security for me. So I don't really have to worry about security, which I think is a fairly normal response to something like that. And, but yeah, that's not really the case. Certainly, if somebody can get you to click a link in WhatsApp and it opens in the mobile browser, suddenly, you're not dealing with WhatsApp security anymore. You're now just in your mobile browser with, any security vulnerabilities that may be present, anything they might get you to download, any credentials they might get you to put in. I mean, I've got some other examples on here, near field communication, Bluetooth, QR codes are always fun. So yeah, I mean, social engineering is big. It's been big for forever. It's just going to get bigger, but we in security really need to, I think, wake up to the fact that it's not just email. And security awareness training is good. We should keep doing it, but it's not a panacea. We really need to be doing more, and we need to be doing more outside of just, teaching people about email. We've got to be teaching them about all the ways they might be targeted. And I really do believe in phishing simulations. And I believe in them not just for email and using things like text message, or putting up a QR code. I mean, I've done these things with my clients, put up a QR code for the restaurant downstairs and, get them to download the app for the restaurant, but it's really my app, just like an attacker might. And, the results are somewhat interesting. So what can we do about this? I can't just be all doom and gloom, security is terrible, the world is ending. So, our problem is indeed that we have focused too much on the perimeter, and I'm probably running out of time. I don't even know how long this thing is supposed to be. No, I've got time. So, we've got things that we do in terms of, security, and, some of them have been with varying success able to move into, our COVID-19 life, which was, as I've mentioned a couple times, it was really our corporate life already. And I think that, we are going to have to do a bit more, but, let's talk about it. The main thing being, I had the list here, you've probably got some of these: mobile device management, enterprise mobility management, mobile application management, system isolation. System isolation is very much dead at this point. The idea that, it's just isolated on your corporate network, it's probably not now. It's at home, it's talking to everybody else, it's a disaster. So, even if you sent somebody a corporate laptop or a corporate phone, they're now likely controlling it, and it is interacting with the rest of the home network or anywhere else they might be taking it, which it was probably doing already, let's be honest, but that's that. But I mean, the main thing being, I mean, we really have got to focus on the endpoint itself. But the problem with endpoint protection is it kind of assumes a good state to start with, which I mentioned a couple times. We kind of need to be zero trust about this. If you build an app, make the assumption that the device that it is on is already compromised. So, if you're Zoom, assume that the computer or phone that it's on is compromised. There is an attacker on there. They have high-level privileges, and they are after what is in your app. And that's how we should be thinking about security. And, if you're enterprise and these are your employees and they've got corporate data, they're using corporate apps, they're, even just take corporate email, for instance, they're getting email that's got sensitive data in it, theoretically, point to point, it's good, it's got the good security in transit, it's getting from point A to point B securely, we'll make that assumption even though it's probably a bad one. But once it's on the user's device and it's decrypted and they're reading it, what is then potentially attacking it? Or even, once it enters the home network, even, what's attacking it then? So, certainly, endpoint protection has always gotten a really bad rap because it's just been synonymous with antivirus, and antivirus has always gotten a really bad rap, which I think is somewhat unfair. Antivirus... Yes, antivirus is not going to solve all your problems, but neither is anything else that says it's going to. Antivirus does what it's actually supposed to do pretty well. Antivirus, will find, like my mom really likes to download internet games, like seriously, and oftentimes they come with, something a little extra in the form of a virus. It does typical, like, dumb virus things, like turn off antivirus and put up a lot of pop-ups and generally make the system work like crap, like bad viruses do. Really, advanced persistent threat type things, you wouldn't even know it was happening. Antivirus is not going to find stuff like that, but antivirus is pretty good at, it pops up and notices when my mom downloads something with something extra. And I am not picking on mothers here. My mother has a PhD in computer science. She's actually really smart. But, we like to use our computers the way we like to use them. And, she always cleans it up when she makes a mess of the computer. Or if she doesn't, then I do. But, yeah, anyway. So antivirus actually does its job of finding, like, the script kiddie type viruses pretty well when you download them, and that's what it's supposed to do. But it gets a bad rap because people, I guess, expect it to find your advanced persistent threats, your rootkits, your things like that. And your typical application layer antivirus, it can't even see that far, particularly in mobile devices. The early antiviruses were all just basically able to scan themselves because of the sandbox. All applications were sandboxed, so it could look at like the APK when it first came down, but all you had to do was like download your malware after installation, and the security apps couldn't see it because they can't see into that sandbox. So we have to have the endpoint protection at a lower layer, if you will, like built into the operating system of the device. And we really are starting to see, I moaned and groaned about this for a really long time, but we really are starting to see, some real movement in that area. The operating systems of the devices, they have opened up, APIs and built in a lot of security, but that comes with its own things. What happens when a malicious application pretending to be endpoint protection, gets access to, administrator mode, or gets into the operating system, through these channels that have been made available for security apps. That causes its own problem. But, certainly we have to start thinking about things as, not, this is the flat perimeter. What happens inside is its own problem. And as long as nothing bad happens in or out at our firewall, everything's good, because, that's just not how it works anymore. And so we've got to actually, protect the devices themselves, while also, like I said, I'm almost contradicting myself because security is just in that weird of a state right now that we have to assume that the device is compromised, but we also need to protect the device, even though it's possibly already compromised. which is not an easy question to solve. But, I mean, I think that's, where we need to be putting our thought. Certainly into zero trust nothing, but also into, okay, so we're in a zero trust environment. Everything is compromised. What can we do to make our data secure even when it's under active attack on the device that is on right now? And I think that's really where we need to be, putting our time and money right now, which is mostly a shift, because even, enterprise mobility managements and things like that were really, they had an app on the device, but they were really a cloud box, and, it was really, watching traffic and things like that. So yeah, it's even within the mobile security realm, it's going to be something of a paradigm shift, I think, in order to get this right. But what's really missing, I think, I guess I can tell you guys this. I'm going to get out of the pen testing business, I swear, because it's just so depressing. I got to get the second edition of the book out and then, finish all the pen tests I have to do. But what we're really missing in the world is security assessment. And, for so long, I've kind of been in this weird chasm of, on the one hand, the research I do is in mobile and IoT security. The products that I build in my startup are for mobile and IoT security testing. And then, in my consulting life, where I'm working, with customers doing pen tests and things like that, it was always very much, okay, test the web application, test the internal environment, test the Wi-Fi. The mobility was really just overlooked and still is, unfortunately. It was kind of like, oh, we can't test people's devices. We'll just assume that's okay. But, we all know attackers don't do that. And, that's, I think, where we've really seen this fall short, as we moved into COVID-19. And even before that, since we had basically been in this paradigm anyway, is that, we've really been ignoring security testing when it comes to, if somebody builds a mobile app, they're going to get that security tested, hopefully. I do a fair amount of that, in my day job, testing people's mobile applications. But, again, I think it's often really overlooked, it might be in a hostile environment to begin with. When I do mobile app security testing, I think about it from, okay, the device is compromised. How's it going to get at that app? As opposed to, just like, is an attacker going to be able to exploit this app if they're there, kind of thing. So I think, we've done security testing there. Well, some people have, but we've really ignored what is the security implication of a compromised mobile device or somebody's own laptop being compromised at home. What is the risk to our organization if somebody's smart TV is compromised and it's on the same network and suddenly starts attacking other devices on the network, and you've got what are essentially corporate assets but are owned by the employee on that network? And so I really, I say I'm getting out of the pen testing business. I'm not really. That was a joke. I really think pen testing is important. Security assessment is important. Risk management is important. I would really like to see the world get more secure, and I've always been very anti is the wrong word. I've not been anti-preventative technologies like enterprise mobility management or antivirus or anything. What I'm against is how they market themselves, which I talked about previously, that, if you install this, it'll make all your security problems go away, because we are so far away from that. And like I said, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to totally pivot my entire life, and I'm going to build preventative technologies that actually do secure things, actually do a good job. But, like I said, I got to finish my book first. I got to finish this talk first. They've only wanted this thing for 3 weeks. It's an interesting time to be a security person. I have so much work. Everyone around me is like, oh, unemployment. What are we going to do for food? And I'm like, man, I've got so much work to do. I don't know how I'm going to survive. So first world problems indeed is where we're at in security, that we just have so much disaster we have to deal with that, so there's that. But anyway, I have gone very tangential. It is very hard to record a talk and do it seriously when you're sitting at home in your bathrobe. I feel like I'm just talking, so I hope you guys like just talking, because that's what you get, because this has gone on a million tangents. Love me anyways. I've been busy working on that new book for you. So we really need to do risk assessment and monitoring, at the endpoint level, at all the endpoints, not just the ones that are sitting in the enterprise, which, like I said, are now basically data center assets in most cases. But, the actual devices that people are using, and in the actual environments that they're using them, and in the actual connections that they're using. I mean, for a long time, we've really only focused on, Wi-Fi and the wired connection in terms of, monitoring traffic. But, if stuff is being attacked or sending out data potentially through like Bluetooth or the mobile modem, near field communication, any other way that these guys communicate, I mean, Zigbee, things like that. I mean, certainly the attacker would have to be somewhere around. But what it could be like, my phone is compromised, it's attacking over Bluetooth to my laptop, my laptop's sending data out to my phone throws it out over the, say, the mobile modem, and then it's gone. And not, even if we were using the VPN to secure the Wi-Fi, and it was a good VPN and it did its job, nothing saw that happen, and it's gone, and it happened. And I think we've been very reactionary in security in that we say that, oh, this obviously isn't happening because, it's not on like the Verizon data breach report. And it's like, well, is anybody actually looking? Is anybody monitoring this happening? Well, no. So how do you know it's not happening? Because you haven't seen it when you're not looking? Bad. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at in security. So definitely we need to be monitoring like everything. We need to, this idea that we can't test or monitor our employees' personally owned devices or their own networks, that just has to be dead. That can't be true anymore. Privacy is dead. We've seen that privacy is dead. So, embrace it. Privacy is dead. You absolutely are going to have to start spying on your employees if you're not already, if you want to do security well. So yeah, we definitely need to do more testing of the right things, more testing of actual real scenarios. I mean, that's great that somebody tested your web app or somebody tested your corporate firewall. That's awesome. Absolutely do that. But it's only one piece of the puzzle. You're not really getting your actual security unless you're testing everything. You're actually simulating like real attacker on real device, and that could actually happen to you. And yeah, and you need to do it a lot. Like, you need to do it constantly, like constant security testing, constant security monitoring, constant security simulation. And certainly this won't make all the risks go away, but it'll certainly help. I think we've really had our head in the sand for a really long time about this, and we can't anymore. And yeah, so that's what I've got to say about that. And I think they gave me some closing arguments. So, build your security into everything. Assume zero trust. Assume that what you're running on is compromised. Assume that your employee devices are potentially compromised or will become compromised at some point. Teach your employees security awareness, not just about email. Teach them about, other ways that they can be targeted and likely are already being targeted. Do the basics, things like patching, password security, phishing. These really are, those three there are really the basis for so many of the attacks that are successful. There's always going to be 0 days, at least until I solve the 0 day problem completely with my preventative technology work that I'm going to go do when I finally get caught up with the work I already have to do. But so many of the attacks are not, the attackers don't have to work that hard. It's missing patches, phishing, and bad passwords that will, put you head and shoulders above so many of your competitors. So, but that means something different than it meant before, right? Because now it means, it's got to be patching people's own laptops and own phones. It's got to be them using good passwords on those, and it's got to be them not getting phished on their own devices. So again, going back to the very, very beginning, this doesn't work. So we're going to have to do something about that. All right, now I'm pretty sure that 10 years into mobility, I never update how long that is. It's probably like 13 now. Has security caught up? Absolutely not. Here's some contact information for me. I've probably gone over the time, hopefully not by very much. Thank you guys for your time and patience. I really hope that this COVID-19 stuff works itself out so I can actually come visit you guys sometime. You've been on my list for a really long time, and yeah, thanks for putting up with me. I literally just moved house. That's why there's no pictures on the wall. So sorry this is late, CIA team. Hope you like it. And I swear to you, version 2 of the book, I'm going to go work on it right now. It's coming. Bye.
Thanks, Georgia, for an amazing talk. Now, it's our honor to have Mr. Nitin Bhatnagar here with us. He's the director of PCI Security Standard Council, and he'll be guiding us upon secure data payment. A very warm welcome to you, sir, from the team CIACON.
Hello everyone, hope you are doing good and staying safe. This is Nitin Bhatnagar, Associate Director, PCI Security Standards Council, India. Before we deep dive into today's topic, securing payment data with data security standards, I'm sure we have all heard of the movie The Day the Earth Stood Still. Well, for many people, 2020 is the year the Earth stood still. But before I look more deeply into what has been going on, first let me introduce PCI SSC. Our mission is very simple. That is to help secure payment data. How do we go about that? By developing standards and supporting services that drive education, awareness, and effective implementation of these standards by the payment card industry stakeholders. To achieve this, we have 4 strategic pillars that are aimed at increase industry participation and knowledge, evolve security standards and validation, secure emerging payment channels, and increase standards alignment and consistency. So let's take a quick look back to the years BC, or as they are now known before COVID. Life, although we didn't appreciate it at the time, was simply we went to the office, logged into our computers, and worked happily away. We had meetings, worked in teams, and chatted with our friends at lunchtime. Funny how we took this so much for granted. Our work environment was safe and secure because we were inside a bubble provided by the company's intranet, firewalls, and DMZs. Our computers were running updated softwares. We had secure logon procedures. We had a password policy, and we attended our regular security trainings. What you didn't? Well, that is what our security assessor community were telling us you are doing. But essentially, you were safe, you were protected, and for the most of the part, you were secure. And if anything did go wrong, well, you always had your IT team on hands to come and sort things out. And then the world changed, and life moved from BC to AL after lockdown. And life, especially our work life, changed completely. You were at home, the kids were at home, the pets were at home, and it all became rather complicated, rather busy, and yet we were trying to work. The kids were either online schooling or online gaming, and all of this was running through your local router with whatever speed your local neighborhood could gain. But for the vast majority of people like me and you were remote, on your own. Your spare bedroom became your office. Meetings were now through Zoom or Teams or WebEx or Skype or whichever media platform your organization used. And then we started reading reports in media of security issues and concerns of criminals gaining access of things going wrong. Well, very simply, you are outside the bubble. The safe haven that was the office. Now you are not connected to just the office network. Now you are connecting through your local router, your local provider across the world wide web to your office. Now you are operating remotely and connecting into your company's network. Yet, how are you achieving that? How are you authenticated? What are your permissions? Your company has gone from having a very close system to having a more connection than network rail. So, what is the risk? Technology is the risk, and with this risk comes opportunity. Opportunity for the criminals, and they are having a feeding frenzy. And we are on our own, day in, day out, and we just do not like that. We are social animals. We like to talk to our friends. We miss sharing a coffee or lunch. So we do the next best thing and reach out using social media. Yet, what starts out as a friendly chat can quite easily turn to a work-related matters. And now we are sharing work information across an insecure social media platform. And the criminals are listening and smiling. For a quick reference, I would like to take an example. Back in World War II, the message was clear. Careless talk cost lives. Today, the message is equally clear because now careless talk costs data. And careless talk can lead to phishing attacks. So, what have the PCI SSC been doing to help? Well, quite a lot actually. We have released several guidance. For example, working remotely, guidance for the people who are working remotely, common attacks, online trainings, guidance on performing remote assessments, as well as continuing to develop and update our standards which provide you opportunity to comments. And that is not all that we have moved through the year. We have provided even more guidance and support on protecting payments while working remotely. We have released guidance around beware of skimming threats during COVID. We have released additional guidance for remote assessment, cleaning guidance for the POS terminals, and several general guidance as we are all in this together. Many organizations have staff working remotely that are accepting or managing card-based data either via a telephone call or through e-commerce. It is essential if you're handling or managing cardholder data while working remotely that your organization secures that cardholder data. Our guidance documents are there to help you because the rules do not change simply because you are not in the office. PCI DSS applies to all entities that store, process, or transmits cardholder data. Therefore, PCI DSS applies to each and every one of your staff working remotely. Remember, people process technology. How are they receiving the cardholder data? How is it protected and secure? How is it transmitted? Before in the office, the data was moving around an internal network. Now, it is all happening across the public internet. So how are you securing this? Criminal activity in 2020 has soared. Many would say these figures on the screen significantly are underreported. But it is clear that the criminals have seen after lockdown a huge opportunity to make more money than at any other time. The use of phishing and scams leading to both malware and ransomware attacks has never been so great. And at the same time, our ability to protect and secure data has never been more challenged. Everyone needs to be aware, understand the risk, and help secure payment data. The second part of this presentation, where I am going to talk about the updates from the Council on the data security standards. The first standard I'm going to talk about here is the PCI Software Security Framework. So SSF is a framework to standardize, consolidate software security requirements for different types of payment software under a single requirement architecture with the complementary validation and listing models. This is the next evolution of PDSs and ultimately the replacement for the payment application data security standards, and is also a good illustration of how we are implementing PCI SSC strategic framework and our intent to evolve security standards and validation to secure emerging payment channels and increase standards alignment and consistency. So SSF assessors. So there are two different, these two different programs, we have two different assessor types. Secure SLC assessment can be performed by secure SLC assessor on eligible vendors. Secure software assessments can be performed by only secure software assessors on eligible payment softwares. The relationship between the SSF and other PCI SSC standards. So, when PADSS expires in 2022, SSF will replace it. Until then, they will continue to be independent standards and programs. PCI DSS, generally SSF supports the security of the cardholder data environment in the same way PADSS has done. But like PADSS, SSF does not inherently make an entity PCI DSS compliant. PCI DSS 4.0 is in its early stage. Exactly how SSF will support PCI DSS version 4.0 is still being discussed. We are looking at how the elements of SSF might support some PCI DSS requirements. However, it is very early days. More to come on this. Please do keep a watch on our PCI security standard website for more information. The PADSS transition, the acceptance of the application for the existing PAQSs and QSs and new SSF SSRs are now open. New PADSS application acceptance end June 2021. And finally, the PADSS programs ends in October 2022. Talking about the second most important standard, and which is PCI DSS version 4.0. Second RFC is already closed, and I would like to thank everyone for their support so far. The PCI DSS version 4.0 development timeline. The development time frame for this PCI DSS update is noticeably longer than in the previous revisions. This is intentional, designed to support an increased number of feedback opportunities for stakeholders. The final version of the PCI DSS version 4.0 is currently planned for completion in mid of 2021. The PCI DSS version 4.0 standard will be available for 2 years prior to the retirement of the PCI DSS version 3.2.1. The PCI DSS version 3.2.1 will remain active for 18 months once all PCI DSS 4.0 materials, that is the standard, the supporting documents, including all SAQs, self-assessment questionnaires, report on compliance, and AOCs, training and programs updates are released. In addition to an 18th month period when version 3.2.1 and version 4.0 will both be active, there will be an extra period of time defined for phasing in new requirements that are identified as the future dated requirements in PCI DSS version 4.0. The much awaited data security event of the years is just around the corner, and this event is going to focus on the key challenges faced by the global payment card industry during pandemic. If you haven't registered yet, register now to reserve your seat. Registrations are complimentary. How to get involved with PCI Security Standard Council? First, participate. There are different ways to participate. The first most important way is to become a PCI SSC participating organization, which is open globally to PCI players, including merchants, processors, vendors, and acquirers. There are several benefits that you have becoming a PCI SSC participating organization. The biggest one is the ability to impact the standards for the payment card security globally. You can make connections. You can become part of the global network of payment security leaders. As a PO, not only you can impact payment security globally, connect with the payment security leaders, but you can also gain visibility for your organization and demonstrate your commitment to payment security to your customers and your business partners. The greatest testament to these benefits is 800 POs, 800 participating organizations in 60 plus countries. Talking something about the trainings, the payment card industry professional is an entry level qualification in payment security information and provides you with the tools to help your organization build a secure payment environment. Becoming a PCIP demonstrates a level of understanding that can provide a strong foundation for a career in the payment security industry. This is a renewable career qualification, is not affected by the change in the employment assignments and stay in effect as long as the individual continues to meet requirements. This is 3-year credential, also provides great foundation for other PCI SSC qualifications. If you have experience in any of these areas, consider PCIP qualification. Security technology areas, compliance, risk governance, audit and finance, e-commerce. If you're a product development company or a developer or a marketing or a sales professional, you should look for PCIP qualification. So, from one home worker to all you home workers out there, stay healthy, stay safe, and stay secure. Together, we help secure payment data by collaborating, educating, providing simplified solutions, information sharing, and industry guidance. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, sir, for guiding us on security payments. Now let's switch over to our next speaker, Mr. Kane McGladry, a CISSP profession, speaking us on involving the threat landscape as well as its solution. Over to you, sir.
Hi, welcome to the CIA conference for 2020. My name's Kane McGladry. I am a CISSP. I'm also the cybersecurity strategist for Ascent Solutions, and I'm a senior member of the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. In today's talk, I'm going to be discussing the 3 most common cyber attacks and how each of us can deter, deny, and defend against those. What often happens with cybersecurity conferences is we all learn a lot, and then start to feel overwhelmed, and inevitably people then go back to work or they get back to work, but nothing really changes. And so I want to leave you with a clear sense of purpose for what to do when you get back to work. For example, in 2019 and also in 2020, the annual cybercrime support from Cybersecurity Ventures predicted that global cybercrime damages are going to be $6 trillion annually by 2021. That's a trillion with a T, $6 trillion next year in damages. You don't get $6 trillion a year without multiple factors, which include breach fatigue on the part of the public, increasing economic attacks by nation states and criminal threat actors, an inability of people from my industry to effectively engage with people outside of the cybers, gaps in extradition laws, and really the increasing cost of businesses to comply with retroactive, well-meaning regulatory controls, kind of like our generals who like to fight the last war again instead of leaning into the fifth domain. Now, there have been some bright spots, right? Like Cybercom dropping North Korea's tooling on VirusTotal the day of the foundation of the Republic. But honestly, that's gallows humor, and it's not changing the tide. You're here because you wanted to learn about cybersecurity, right? No. I'm going to challenge you on that one. You're here because you want to build the future, and we all have a conscious choice about the future we're going to build. Do we want to see another hospital that's unable to deliver services and somebody ends up dying, like happened in Germany just earlier this year? Or yet another school that's paying a ransom so that they can open at the start of the school year? I've been in cybersecurity since before we called it cybersecurity, and honestly, in that time, things have not generally gotten better. It used to be that a nation state scanning a power plant was first page news. Last year it was buried in the news, and this year and last year the UN's calling for norms in cyberspace because honestly the threat actors have got shells all up in one another's utilities, and the risk isn't an intentional attack. Rather, it's like when an operator in Russia typed the wrong IP address and accidentally took down the Ukrainian power grid. Our threat actors are accidentally tripping over one another in our public utilities. Now think about this. When Target got hit, it was a big deal. And when Home Depot got shelled, again, it was a big deal. When Equifax lost the personal data for half the adults in the United States, that was a big deal. When Marriott got owned, a breach that affected hundreds of millions of citizens from multiple countries, you'd think that'd be a big thing. When a third of the internet was inaccessible for the better part of a day due to hacked DVRs and security cameras, you'd think there'd be changes. But every one of those businesses that I just listed, they're still in business. Their stock's actually back up. California is requiring device manufacturers to not have default passwords, but generally speaking, there's not been a lot of other movement to make things better, sufficiently better. And I hope you think like me, that that's just not good enough, that we can do better. That you're tired of another email from any company saying how your data are so essential to them and they care so much and they're going to offer you a year of complimentary credit monitoring. And sometimes that's actually a fake email. It's a phishing email, right? Or you don't want to see your organization to get owned and end up in the news headlines as being part of the latest breach data set. You're tired of your parents, your friends, your families having their personal data stolen, their privacy violated, or for them to be losing money to these threat actors, whether directly or indirectly in costs that are being passed on to consumers. And so let's talk about how we can build that safer future for our communities, because honestly, every one of us owns a part of this, whether we're an end user, a project manager, a developer, a security executive, or an analyst. Now, you go to cybersecurity conferences and presenters roll in and they show how they drop 0 days to get remote shells, right? And you watch the venture capitalists throw money at what they think are the problems they're going to have a good valuation. And you read news about the fear of Chinese manufacturers getting their 5G networks all up in our business and how that's going to give them really good telemetry. And you'd think those are the best exploits. No, I'd say the best exploits are the ones that work. And the best exploits today are the exploits that all target people. They don't target computers. Honestly, let's do the math here for a second. Why would you spend your time developing a bespoke 0 day that might have a 1 in 10 odds of working when you can just ask a user for their password, when you can literally send an email and get a few $1 million? Now, honestly, I will say this, if you're going up against APTs, good luck. They're funding that research into those O-days. However, if you're not going up against nation states daily, but rather you're going up against criminal threat actors of opportunity, this is going to be really salient for you to understand how they're attacking people. So the way credential harvesting works, just starting at the baseline, I'll say this. Threat actors are not paying for a cloud hosting provider to host their malware. Instead, what they'll do is they will actually upload a phishing kit. And the funny thing about those phishing kits, they buy those phishing kits. They don't make those phishing kits. They don't make that anymore. You don't have to make that anymore. You can actually go out on the dark web. You can buy yourself a phishing kit. It usually comes with instructions. Then all you have to do is you have to have shelled somebody's web server. Funny enough, you can also buy that too. There is a whole supply chain here associated with the criminal underground where if you want to do a phishing campaign, you can just spend a few dollars, honestly, and then you can roll phishing emails out the door. And you can do that either using a botnet or you can just use somebody's compromised mail server. And then what's going to happen? People are going to get that phishing email. They're going to see it. They're going to say, oh, I missed my FedEx package. Oh, there's a new message for me in Teams. Oh, whatever the lure is of the day, right? And they're going to go to that phishing site that is on compromised infrastructure, and they're going to enter in their credentials. Now, they might even enter in a multi-factor authentication. They might not, but they're going to get prompted for their password. When that password is entered into that phishing site, here's where the threat actor starts to actually get something out of it. That is immediately sent to the threat actor, that password, and if they're using multi-factor authentication and if it's a sufficiently developed phishing kit, they'll also be able to use that to validate the account live. Now, sometimes the phishing actors, you know what they'll do? They'll go, you know what, we got a whole bunch of passwords, we got a whole bunch of usernames, right? We're just going to sell that too. Again, there's a whole supply chain at work here. Now, another way that they target people is, just think about this. Back in October of last year, AutoClerk, they had an S3 bucket up on the internet, and they leaked the details of 179 gigs of data for travel or reservations. Those included the travel plans for U.S. government and military personnel. So that included people like U.S. Army generals who are traveling to Moscow or Tel Aviv and many other destinations. And that data included their email addresses, their phone numbers, and other sensitive data like unencrypted login credentials. What's funny? Adobe, they're like, hold my beer. Less than a week later, they lost 7.5 million user records, including email addresses and the products that were used by the customers. Again, it was because of a misconfiguration. The threat actors know that misconfigured storage on the internet remains to be a problem, even though it's 2020 and even though we all should know better. So what happens is they will just use publicly available tools to scan for open storage on the internet. Then they're going to just use the same developer tools that if you're a software developer that you would use to configure that. So if you're attacking an AWS S3 bucket, you're just going to use a command line utility. And then depending on the level of misconfiguration, and this is where having configuration control management is so essential, what they're going to be able to do is they could change the access rights, or they could get a listing of the files, or they could actually write the files. That's an interesting scenario. That's how you can upload yourself a phishing kit. Or they're going to download the files alternatively because the access model has been set up to be too permissive. And then depending on what they just got, they could either steal the credentials, they could upload phishing kits, they could resell PII that they've obtained illegally. So there's a way that they're always, something to keep in mind here, they're always looking, how can I make money off of this? The cyber criminals, that's their kind of their day job, is they're trying to figure out how can they actually monetize these data. So the other way that we see attacks happen in the wild right now is what's called a credential spraying attack. And these ones are interesting. Because what will happen is a threat actor there shown on the left is going to use a botnet. Now, botnets are fairly cheap. You can rent a botnet. I wouldn't recommend doing that ethically, but they are available like anything else. If you pay money, you can rent the botnet. And you pay the botnet to simply use the same password against a massive user population, but you do it at a very low rate so that the clipping controls do not get flagged and cause those users to be locked out, or alternatively for your IP address or your configuration, wherever you're running this from, to be banned. So what the botnet will do, you see the password there is fall 2020, it's going to try it across all of those usernames. Now, most of them had really good passwords. However, that one user, Thomas Flores, who has the password of fall 2020, they can now use that account. If that's a banking account, they can resell that at a profit. If it's a PayPal account, they can resell that at a profit. If that's a corporate email account, they can probably sell that as a profit too, or they could use it as part of a business email compromise scam to be able to get even more money out of that affected organization. And then botnets will actually get those stolen passwords, picking on Thomas there with the fall 2020 password. They're going to test that password against multiple services on the internet, because if something we've learned, people tend to reuse passwords. A lot of folks in the info security and cybersecurity community know you're not supposed to reuse passwords. And yet we've seen, statistically speaking, people reuse passwords. They also share passwords with perhaps their significant other or a partner or their kids for shared services like Spotify or like Netflix. So Recorded Future actually did a study on this. And they found that when a criminal goes out and buys a set of compromised credentials, they're going to get about an average success rate of about 1 to 3%. So for 1 million random usernames that they've run through their botnet against valid websites, threat actors for 1 million random usernames, they're going to get about 10 to 30,000 accounts that'll actually work. And then they're just going to sell those accounts to other threat actors. Now, bank accounts, of course, are a premium product. That's just an easy way to get money. But so are travel ones and retail credentials, especially retail these days, as it's easier to get the money out, right? Dunkin' Donuts is a pretty good example. They got hit twice. Threat actors logged into the DD Perks accounts and they used the coupons and the points for themselves, or they sold them. It was like the pizza plug scam, but with pastry. Moving up the value chain to account takeover, which is where you can actually take over another user's account. A basic package of information that's received as a result of an ATO typically goes for about $4 to $10. Now, if you get a more robust package of info that has, say, a victim's financial information and maybe some additional PII, like a driver's license or a passport scan, those usually go for a range of $30 to $60. So if you think about this, if you just start by buying some cheap usernames and cheap passwords that have already appeared in breaches, and you run it through a botnet, there's a pretty clear way to cash out on this. Threat actors know this. They are turning a profit based on this. So here's a view of those data I was speaking of, saying just on a 1% success rate if you're doing on 100,000 credentials that are for resale here, right? And there's a study last year from RSA. 73% of people admitted reusing their passwords. Funny enough, this is kind of controversial here, but it turns out baby boomers were the least likely to reuse passwords, right? And Google also did a study, and they showed that 1.5% of all logins worldwide were reused. So if you spend about $150 for some software to configure your botnet, to configure your credential stuffing kit, and then you buy a database of about 100,000 stolen credentials, $150. Of course, you'll have to pay that via Bitcoin or Monero or whatever the cryptocurrency du jour is. And then you rent yourself a botnet for about $250 a week. Now, those prices may have changed based on current market conditions, but it was about $250 a week when I last checked, right? If you run 100,000 credentials through that, right, assuming we get a 1% hit rate, you can actually get a gross profit margin of about 97.5%. And the maths are up there on screen, which is a really good profit margin for not much work. What are we doing? We're buying something, we're configuring something, we're renting something, and on the back end you get money. This is why the economics of being a threat actor, assuming you've got perhaps a different set of ethics than everyone who's attending this conference, if you've got that different set of ethics and you're motivated, you certainly can turn a profit, and that's what we are fighting against. So I hope that I've made the case that this is not the future that we want for persistent engagement from threat actors who are monetizing this. And, honestly, they're making money at this, which is why they're doing it. So if you're a person who considers yourself a developer, if you're creating applications, whether you're creating them on premises or you're creating them in the cloud, whether they're commercial or open source, doesn't matter. You've got a responsibility to your employer, but also I'd say you've got you've got a societal obligation, at least to the people around you, to make it harder for these threat actors to be able to operate. So one of the most effective ways to do that is to employ user entity behavior analysis. Now, a couple years ago, if you went to the conferences, you would have seen this term all over in conjunction with AI and ML, right? And if you went to the conference and you brought your bingo card, there's like 3 right there for you. Yuba is a feature. This is not a product that you buy. This is mostly common sense, but it's done at scale. Now, I normally work from Bellingham, Washington. So let's say I log into the same app about every day at about 7:30 in the morning from Bellingham, Washington. You could say that's kind of normal. So if one day I log in from Bellingham, Washington at 7:28 a.m., but then at 7:31 a.m. I log in from Moscow, that doesn't seem possible, right? That's an impossible travel scenario. You cannot get from here to Russia in 3 minutes. But if you think of how credential stuffing works, how it uses a distributed botnet to validate those credentials, it makes a lot of sense. Or let's say after I log in, I normally I get on my email. I get on Teams. I might open up OneNote. It's sort of just a normal workday for me. What I don't do is I don't normally download a lot of files from SharePoint. But let's say one day I log in and I start downloading a lot of files, or I start modifying a lot of files. Hold up, that's weird. A person who's looking can see these things, but the problem becomes there's hundreds of thousands of log events, and then those are being created by our users real time. Or let's say normally I log in using a Windows 10 laptop and my Android phone, right? One day I log in using a jailbroken iPhone and a connection from Firefox on a Mac. Again, those are signals that show, hey, you know what? Something's changed here. Maybe I got a new device. That could happen. But the point is, something's off. Something's changed that's an observable event. And this is where you're going to hear about black swan events of systems administrators logging in at 2 a.m. and getting locked out because they did something odd. You know what? If you think about this in 2020, how many of those have you heard? Because a lot of people are working a lot of weird hours right now. They're working from home. They're working from unusual IP addresses. They're working off hours because their kids need to use the computer to go to school during the day, right? We have not seen a lot of black swan events. And what's happening, thankfully, what happens when a user does something weird, a lot of the successful applications today are having them re-authenticate. They're having them prove the person doing the operation is the person who's actually associated with those credentials. Now, obviously, just asking them, hey, can you type in your password again? That's stupid because it doesn't work if you've got a situation where those user credentials have been compromised. So that's a feature I want you to consider building into your applications. Have your users have multi-factor authentication by default. Have it be something that's opt-out, not opt-in, and please don't use SMS-based authentication. Now, somewhere out there, somebody's watching this and you're a product manager and you just thought, oh no, that's going to reduce market share. That's a terrible recommendation. You know what? Getting owned and disclosing a breach to your millions of users is going to cost you a lot of market share too. There's also an ethical issue here, right? If you're making it easy for your users to choose poor passwords, you're making it easy for those data to be stolen, which is going to eventually harm those end users. So if you're unfamiliar with how multi-factor authentication works, just really quickly, moving from left to right, the user is going to put in their normal username and their normal password into your app or your website. The second thing they're going to get prompted for is a second authentication factor. It's either something they have, that could be like an authenticator app that generates a number, or something they are, like a Face ID scan or a biometric scan like a fingerprint. The next thing that's going to happen is that then they get logged in. If they can meet that second requirement, they're logged in, they're able to go about their day. And I did say SMS-based authentication is bad. You know what? Go ask Twitter why this is bad. Y'all remember earlier this year where a whole bunch of celebrities were saying, hey, if you send me a little bit of Bitcoin, I'll double it, right? Or how many times has Jack at Twitter had his account get compromised and do weird stuff? The way this works is the threat actors, and in the case of that thing that just happened earlier this year, honestly, it was Discord kids who got the phone company to change the owner of the SIM card to them. So you go check out the prices at the OG accounts on underground forums, and you'll see bribing a retail employee at a phone store. Let's say you spend $300, right? It's going to get you thousands or tens of thousands of dollars in resale. Plus, you get the lulls because all of those are accounts where you can reset the account credentials via SMS. Or alternatively, I want you to think about the sheer number of Android apps that request permissions to read text messages, and the number of malware apps that are in the Play Store and third-party stores that exist solely to read SMS messages. That's why banks, especially banks in Europe, are moving away from SMS-based authentication. There are services that, if you're a developer, you can use for MFA. Honestly, pick the one you like the API of. I do not care. Just pick the API and pricing model you feel is best. And if you want to be super secure, support physical keys. But honestly, right now, for most of your end users who are not in a higher threat level, so your governmental officials, your whistleblowers, your civil rights folks, for those you want to have physical keys, but for the remainder, for your end users, most of them are just fine with a QR code-based multi-factor authentication for the near future. And now this is Google research I'm showing here about account takeovers. So an on-device prompt, like a multi-factor authenticator app, is going to stop 100% of automated attacks. and 99% of bots. I want you to think about that for a second. This is a darn near guaranteed way to say, you know what, if we're going to do a prompt on the device that forces the user to put something in, almost got a guarantee there. Now, if you look at SMS, that doesn't look so good. It's only about 96% of bots and only 76% of targeted attacks or human-operated attack. But then if you go to something silly like just asking the user, hey, what's your phone number? It's a terrible idea. Or worse yet, trusting that their last sign-in location was good enough. Hello, VPNs exist, right? So you've got to look at that and say, what is the easiest way that we can actually reduce our threats to our end users and our reputational damage as well as potential damages from civil suits? And you go, okay, you know what? Multi-factor authentication on a device works really well. The other ways that companies are consistently losing their data are through configuration management or mismanagement, right? You're developing an application and it tends to be, there's some error and you don't have enough time, and so you just run it as admin. And hey, look, there's no error, except that permission just made it into production. Or you assume that the service account that's used by your application, honestly, it just needs access to everything on your AWS instance, not some specific bits. So you just run it permissively. Or the API key, which is honestly used like a password these days, it never needs to change. Or let's say you can't update your underlying framework of the components you've got in production, even though there's a patch for a vulnerability in a third-party component, right? There are countless ways that an application can get shelled, and there are countless tools out there to find those permissions creep issues and those configuration issues and those out-of-date components. Go ahead and pick one. Honestly, you can buy these. These are available. These are not on the dark web. They're commercial tools that will go out there and you just pay them a little bit of money, you run it on a weekly basis, and then you go, what? Oh, you know what? We've got some vulnerabilities. Go fix those. The more sophisticated ones are going to help you prioritize as a developer what's most vulnerable and also what's most at risk, so you can go fix it first. But honestly, please have something. We are past the point in human history where you can just go deploy code and forget about it. So we've seen how threat actors collect and then collate and then profit from stolen user credentials, and we've talked about how application developers can deter and deny those threats at scale. Not everybody at this conference here is a developer, but we've still got a responsibility to protect all of those around us because, honestly, nobody else is coming to save us. Reducing cybercrime is ultimately a community effort. First and easiest thing you can go do, set up multi-factor authentication for any accounts that support MFA. So at the holidays, help your relatives set this up. Right? Go back to that Google study that showed well over 99% of automated account takeovers got blocked by multi-factor authentication. To do that, get yourself an authenticator app. I don't care which one you use. Honestly, the best one is the one that you're going to use daily, and you're not going to hear me say the name of a specific vendor here. They're all fine. What matters is that you use it, or what matters more is that your relatives use it, and your friends and your company uses it. And then go off to twofactor.org. That's a free website. And follow the instructions for your bank, for your streaming media, for your email, for your social media. It might take you 30 minutes. Recovering from an account takeover, it's going to take you months. It's going to cost money. It's going to be miserable. This, by comparison, you know what? That's free. So also, if you work in a business that's using an online office suite, you can actually make the MFA the default for all of your users. And if you're a control framework person like me, that's actually one of your Center for Internet Security's critical security controls to have multi-factor authentication as the default for all of your end users. But not every website or every app supports MFA. So your second thing you want to go do, go get yourself a password manager or a password vault. Again, the best one is the one you use daily. I don't care which one. Get yourself a vault. Put a good passphrase on it and make sure you're taking a backup or that it takes backups or that it stores them in the cloud and it's secure storage. And then go change all of those passwords that you were reusing. Make them into miserable 24-character random combos of letters and numbers, and then just forget about them because the vault is going to hold those passwords for you. And if you work at a business, you can also implement a company-wide vault. There are solutions out there. That actually makes it a lot easier when an employee leaves because they didn't know their passwords, so there's less risk for data exfiltration or misuse. And then go out to Have I Been Pwned. It's run by Troy Hunt. It's a free service, and it'll let you know when your email address appears in a breach corpus. Again, this is free. And if you work at a business, you can set this up for your organization, and coincidentally, it's also free, and it will let you know when all of the users with your domain appear in a breach so that you can go tell them to change their passwords, which, if you read NIST, is one of those best practices for telling your users to change their passwords only if the passwords are known to have been breached. So at the beginning of this short deck, we agreed that things in the cybers, they keep getting worse. They're not necessarily getting better. And that's not good enough for anybody who's here today. So everyone here at the CIA conference owns a responsibility for building a safer future for our friends, for our families, and for our communities. So now that you know the threat that we face, the threat to our community, the threat to our economy, if you're a developer, please go incorporate MFA and user and user and entity behavior analysis and vulnerability scanning into your application, right? And if you're not a developer, go help everyone you know that you're going to spend time with over the holidays this year to set up MFA, set up a password vault, and set up notifications via Have I Been Pwned. So, thank you so much for attending. If you want to follow me on Twitter, I'm at Kane McGladrey. My LinkedIn is up there as well as my own personal website. And if you'd like to learn more about Ascent Solutions, we are at meetascent.com. And if you want to drop me a note, my email's up on the screen too. Thanks so much and enjoy the rest of this conference.
Thanks, Kane, for a wonderful talk. Now we have a speaker, researcher, trainer, and the manager of Zoop Innovation. He'll be briefing us on malware analysis. Please welcome Filipi Pires.
So first of all, thank you so much for this time, for this. It's a pleasure to be here to talk with you. So today we're going to talk about the PDF files, about this kind of document, right? When you think about the PDF, then malware analysis or threats or something like that. Okay. So this is my contact in social medias, right? So my name is Filipi Pires, as Tyrone mentioned before, and I have been working as a security manager, and research and security manager from Zoop Security Labs at Zoop Innovation. Zoop Innovation, it's a company, Brazilian company actually, responsible to create many different products. By the way, of open source code. It's very interesting because we have 3 or 4 open products. All of them, it's all of these products are open source, so the community can use it. It's very, very interesting. And I am a researcher as well in hacker security. I am a founder of the malware analysis course, Fundamentals, right? So we have another different course as well, like a pen testing courses focusing red team and blue team and something like that, right? So I'm not a writer, but I have a privilege to write some articles in Fantastic Magazine, in Forensic, and I share some of these articles in the cybersecurity hub. It's a very interesting portal. It's important because they sharing very, very, very many papers and and news. It's very interesting. And this month I share another articles. Here I have the CV that I received by Maitri. Yes, this router is from Poland because the last year I live in Poland, by the way, and I live in Poland. I live in almost 1 year and 2 or 3 months, and I was a pen testing there, and I have this opportunity to find this CV, this vulnerability in this router, right? So let's talk about our main topic today. So we're gonna talk about who is threats, because I would like to put everywhere or everybody in the same page, right? So I will talk about some concept very, very fast, and after that I will talk about the structure of the PDF, and I will show the demo, right? And the end, the question, if you have any question, if you can, I don't know, if you would like to ask me during this presentation, we can change this presentation like a conversation. I like, it's not a problem for me, right? So first of all, who is threat? This is one of this definition, right? Because you can find many different definitions of this kind of top threat, yes. But I decided to choose based in ISO, and in this ISO, right? The threat is defined as a potential, right? It's a, because I don't know if it's danger or not, because I have just a sample. Could be a software attack, could be theft of intellectual property, maybe identity theft, or sabotage, or an information extortion. Example are some example of this kind of security threats, right? So the idea is to try understand if this threat is really, really malicious, right? So this is just a concept. So after that, I have this sample, right? Because I need to, the first step when I need to start this kind of analysis, I need to identify if this sample is malicious or not. So we have the malware analysis, the malware, yes, the software malicious, the malicious software, and we have the maldoc, yes, the document malicious, right? So this is the first and important step. I will show you after that. When you know or you understand what this file is, you can choose what the best strategy to analyze of this file, right? If you chose the static analysis, or maybe you can use the dynamic analysis. I will explain more after that. So after that, you can create a report, because this is the main important. It's very important because you can share all those information with your coordinator, your tech lead, your manager. Maybe of course it's depend of the structure of the company, but you can provide something. Yes, you can provide, for example, some recommendations. And when you make the analysis in any different artifacts, you can produce this kind of report, and you can produce more than just a report. You can improve in your defense mechanism, because this is the idea in the end of the day, right? Because, for example, if you have the antivirus, if you have the firewall, if you have, for example, the IPS or another different sensor of the security in your company, for example, if you have this analyst, or maybe there's another term that I could use, like a researcher, or maybe a threat hunter, or maybe a penetration tester, you will attack your own environment. Actually you try, you test your sensor in your company. So after that, if you find any vulnerability, you can, of course, prepare a report, send it to the vendor, right? And you can improve your defenses mechanism. You can change some settings in your product, change some, like aggressive modes, or maybe high modes in terms of the detection, right? So because many times when you install some software in your company, you put something in, for example, in low severity, right? Or not severity, but the detection it's in low, because you don't like to have the false positive, but you can have, for example, the false negative. It's another part, and you need to, grow up your security sensors, right? So all those steps, it's very important to improve your defenses mechanism, right? And if you have a big company, not a big company, but if the smart, I will use this term, if you can have, for example, the good mind, or a smart mind, you can create of this cyber threat intelligence. It's a very good word. By the way, I like to share this word with my mom, because she didn't understand nothing, by the way, but it sounds to me very important for her. But you can improve, you can create this kind of cyber threat intelligence in your company, because if you know that some sample came to your company for this way, for the right way, you can put some firewalls or another sensor. You can block this kind of attack. So, and you can improve, you can create all this intelligence in your company, right? You can, of course, when you talk about the cyber threat intelligence, we're gonna talk about the IOCs, indicator of compromise. We're gonna talk about, for example, the EOA, indicator of attack. It's based in behavior, right? And you can work proactively to protect yourself, protect your company, right? And after that, you can actually strengthen your cyber resilience, because during our conversation we have in the world many different attackers creating new threats, new malwares, new exploits, and something like that, right? Okay, so this is a simple, draft of some step. Of course, you can use in another, because you have a NIST or you have another different institute, and you can base it this kind of information. I just created this kind of and simple steps, right? So let's talk about the statistic analysis. This is the first step usually. Yes, the analyst, the malware analyst, the malware analysis usually using this this analysis to start of this the investigation, because usually this is the first exploration of this sample, because the statistical analysis describe the process, maybe the same program, or maybe the code inside this program. Maybe we can analyze the structure of the any, for example, a DLL, or maybe leap, okay, or what kind of function this DLL is called in the system operation, right? So you can start off this step, because it's usually more manual. You use more manually, So this program itself doesn't run at this time. Of course, it depends on this program that you use, right? So because of this, usually the people mention it's more safe, right? Because you not put the program executing in real time, right? You execute some commands, and you can, of course, interpret of this information, and you can go to step by step, right? So this is the first step. Usually, not it's not a rule, okay? But it's usually. And the other hand, you have the dynamic analysis, right? So the dynamic analysis is just based in behavior, right? That is, basically you can take your sample, because you don't know if it's malicious or not. You put this file or this sample inside a controlled environment, and you look at inside of this, for example, this environment, and you will see all the behavior that this sample or this file has during the execution, right? And usually, of course, when you go or when you use this kind of analysis, you can create some tools to to stay better in your company. You can it's easily to automate of the process, right? So because when you talk about this, you have, for example, the antivirus scanning, like for example, Virus Total, or you can use another concept. The name is sandbox. I think it's everybody knows about this kind of concept. Sandbox basically it's a virtual machine that you put your sample inside this environment, and you can execute like a user, and you can, of course, understand all those behavior, and you can see what this, again, the DLL is called, what the system, what the process, if it's encrypted environment or not, and something like that, right? So this is just a concept of this, our steps, right? So I will try using here my computer during this presentation. So let's pray to the demos Lord, right? Because usually when we try to show something to in some meetups or conference, maybe something wrong or problem happened, but let's pray today if not happen to us today. So the first step, if you remember when I talk to them is, or to us is the identification steps, right? So here, I don't know if you can see my screen. If you need to grow the letters, please let me know here. But I think it's good to see here. So The first command that I like to use is file command, right? Because we can identify all these artifacts, right? Because I have here view. This is the first that I will see. It's a PDF file, right? So I will use file to look in the invoice. It's a PDF file as well. And we can use the resume. Resume, yeah, it's PDF file. And sample maybe, let me check here, sample, it's a file PDF. As you can see here, we have the version, right? Version 1.5, 1.7, 1.4, and 1.3, right? So this is a very important command because if you read of the command file, you can understand something very, very important. This is it's just a basis, right? So file is determining a file type, right? Oh, okay, Filipi, I know about it. Perfect. But how file works, that's a good, it's very important point to understand, right? Because here below, if you see here, let me put, this file have a magic number stored in a particular place near the beginning of the file that tells the unique operation system, right? So the file is based in this step. Of course, this command has a big database. Of course, it's complete inside of the system's operation. And the file command uses this database to identify what the file is, but they use this information, the magic number information, where is this information is stored in the particular place near the beginning. I understand maybe you are thinking now about, oh, Filipi, I don't like to read the man, but me too, I don't like to read, but it's necessary, right? Because when you do this, you can understand how this works. For example, here you can, of course, we don't talk about the ELF files, but here, if you see here, take a look here, whose format is defined in elf.h. So here, if you read this file, you can find, for example, the structure of the ELF, right? So if you know about the structure, you can investigate it better, right? It's very simple. And here we have very steps, or where this database is in the system's operation. But I would like to show you another thing that I just to clarify about this, right? So let me put here. It's I know I can just came back here, and here, yes, I download the file and the magic key, right? So here I download the code, right? The database of the file, because here I will show you how this command or this structure works, right? So here I will create now the simple file malware.txt, right? I will use nano, okay? Okay, it's more simple, but I know. Malware, I will save here, and now we have a malware, right? So let me put in up down here, malware.txt is a ASCII text, right? Because it's a text. Perfectly perfect. If I read this information here, I can find I can find the malware. Everything works, right? But that's an interesting point. It's very good to look. Take a look, for example, cat JavaScript here. If I read this information, I can understand some rules, right? Or that is defined, or maybe sometimes we have the regex, but but here we have, for example, the MIME type information of this file. So, for example, if you remember when we read the manual of file, of course, the information that we read is the magic number is in the beginning of the file, right? So if it's in the beginning, I can change. I will copy this, and I will manipulate my malware file, because it's a text, right? So I will put below, and I will change here, and I will manipulate this information. So now we have a text, right? No, we have a Node.js script ASCII executable is executable. I don't know. I will make another change. Let me put another regex here because I know you probably don't know. Okay, so now take a look, file malware.txt because I have this extension, but the magic number this document is, oh good, my goodness, it's Python script, right? So if it's Python, maybe we can execute, maybe. Let's change to Python, right? So let's change the privilege, right? More, right? So let's execute in Python, doc whatever, more PDF, and boom, problem. Why problem? Because of course we don't have here all code, right? But we have this information in the beginning of the file. This is the magic number. Of course, if you think about, for example, DP, portable, executable, or maybe ELF, it's totally different because you have different rules to put all together to identify, of course. But you can create your own, yourself, for example, yourself database and yourself extension, for example. You can put your rules and you can create, right? So when you understand what these tools or many tools you could use in your tests, you can understand all those steps, right? So, for example, if I change another, again, the malware Python here, I will change it to, let me change here, our friend %pdf -1.9. And if I save here, let me change it, let me check here again. Wow, we have the PDF document again. You see? So let's return to, we don't have problem during this demo, right? So that's an interesting point because you can manipulate all those informations, right? So you need to understand what you are using about the tools, right? So that's an important thing. Okay, so let's talk about the structure of the PDF. In general, PDF has 4 parts, right? The header, it's the same in any different files, right? We have a body. When you have many objects inside of this body, you have a cross-reference table or X table, right? And you have a trailer. This is responsible to connect or to referencing another cross-reference table, right? One connect and another. And you know, this usually this trail is the end of the document, right? So when you see the picture, you can see the normal structure actually. In the beginning, you can find the version, right? The version number. And after that, you can find the body. Inside the body, you have the number of the pages. If you have the images, you can find, for example, bookmarks or another information inside the body. And inside the cross-reference table, we have, this is an interesting point because you have locations. This is the place or the locations of the objects eating the file for a random access. That is, you have the all or many referencing in the cross-reference table inside the body, right? So one of these parts referencing another part. That's very interesting, right? In the trailer is always the same locations of certain objects eating the body, right? So let me return another again on our machine. Please, everybody, continue pray to the demos God, Lord, to help me. Let me think about it. Maldoc, right? Maldoc. Here we have many documents, right? So let me using another platform, another tools, right? PDF ID. This tools is created by Didier Stevens. I don't know if you know this guy. It's a very known guy when you talk about the malware analysis and in PDF or another different files. This tools is created by him, yeah. And in a Unix platform, it's installed in many platforms, but you can access the him blog and you can download the version to use in a Windows machine, for example. So I will show you, for example, the PDF ID from the sample.pdf, right? So here you can, if you see here, you can look in the PDF ID, the name of the platform, of course, the version, the name of the product, no, the sample, the file actually. And here you can find the version, right, of not version, you can find the header. This is information is in the beginning. That is the magic number of the file. Do you remember I explained to you? And here you will find the number 1, doc3. This is a version of this PDF, right? So I will put below to see better. Okay, and here, I don't know, it's small, but I will put more high, more bigger. So here I will like to translate to you, because here you have the 14 objects, right? And below we have the same 14 objects, because you have the beginning and the end of the object. And here we have a streaming. It's a very, very interesting point. And here we have you need to have attention here, because usually the attacker likes to put some, JavaScript or another different things inside this kind of document, or maybe URL or another thing, right? So we have one cross-reference table. When you have the trailer, and here is start the cross-reference table. So, but Filipi, what this and other things means, because you have here the pages, encrypted, and JS or JavaScript, AA, open action, what this stuff means. It's very interesting, because if you compare, for example, let me open another window here, and you put PDF ID invoice. I think I have this file, right? So let's compare of this file here, both of this file. So here we have the 14 objects. So man, here we have 63 objects. It's very, very big, or bigger, right? So, and here, oh my goodness, we have a 22 string, right? And the page, we just have one page. Why? Right? So let's take a look at another file here. I think I have a resume, right? If I remember correctly. Yeah. So here we have, for example, 28 objects, and we have 11 string, right? And but below we didn't find nothing. So I will go to another folder here, PDF, and they can, let me see here. This is CV, PDF ID, CV, our friend. Yeah, probably one guy would like to find any, job. CV. Okay. So here the same case, the platform and the name of the file, the header, that is magic number. We have a 15 objects, and we have two string. Oops, here 2 string. But here we have a 1 page, and we have something inside of this part is encrypted. And take a look here. We have 2 JavaScript, more 3, because they executing and scanning inside this document to find some strings or another part or another information. And here, take a look, we find the open action, right? So what this means, it's very simple. The open action, or maybe AA, is this thing happen when this file needs one command from the user. That is, when the user receive this CV, for example, the people from HR team receive the CV and probably will open, right? Because this is the routine of this kind of people, right? Needs to open many CVs, many resume, every day, all day, right? So they will click in this CV, right? So when he or she or they click in this file, will execute this function, open action, that is open something. What function execute? So something that are maybe or malicious or not, but usually they this function is using to call a URL or maybe a string or another thing. So it's another interesting point. It's maybe suspicious, but when you look 5 JavaScript inside the PDF, man, take a look at this. 5 JavaScript is totally suspicious, right? So just to understand the difference, right? So when you propose yourself to analyze any PDF, you need to be relaxed, because you can find, for example, 15 objects, or maybe you can find it 63. It's bigger than another, So it's very, very different, all those files, right? So let's return the PDF, and I will show you the demo, because we have a short time to try to explain all those things, right? So I just explained the concept. So now I will show you the really demo, right? The one of the sample that I analyzed. By the way, it's the same, but it's another name, right? So here it's the same case that I explained to you, the 15 objects, and you have a 1 page, and you have a 5 JavaScript, right? And you have the open action. I explained to you open action. Do you remember when the user clicking the object or the file execute something, right? So after that, I will use the PDF parser. This is another platform provided by DVA Stevens, right? It's the same guy. It's the same package, right? This platform is in the same package, right? So here I will collect the run of this information inside of this PDF, right? Because I need to investigate more deeply, right? So I will execute, and now I will start to read all those information inside this PDF. So take a look, the version, the header, basically, and here we have the interesting point. Sorry, we have the one object, the first object actually, because we have a 15 object, right? So inside this PDF1, the object 1, sorry, we have this another reference in object 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. That is, all those objects are reference their self, right? So if you continue to read, we have the 15 object, but here just talk about the 7, right? Okay, all those informations, we have here the JavaScript, and here again we have the open action. Take a look here. It's very, very interesting point, because do you remember I mentioned open action happen when the user click and execute something, right? So here we can understand what is execute after this click. When the user or the victim click in open action, the PDF will execute the JavaScript, right? So I don't look in the inside of the reverse engineer, but I am just looking the PDF file, and if you see here, the first steps is you can test, you can I forgot the word in English, by the way, but you can affirm that this PDF is malicious, right? Because you have the open action and you call the JavaScript. So think about it. It's possible you have a JavaScript inside of PDF, just 1 page. No makes sense for me, okay? But let's continue to this investigation. So you have here another interesting point, because inside the object 4, take a look. We have another reference, the object 8 and the object 9, because we didn't this reference, but now we have, right? The object 8 and 9. So we have the 1 until 9. But do you remember we have a 15 objects, right? So let's continue to investigate all those information here, and we find here another reference that we put. Okay, the object 7 called the object 10, right? So now we are near, the 15 objects, right? So in the object 10, we have a JavaScript, another reference here, right? So let's put here, and inside the object 9, we have the reference, of course, the object 4, 8, and now appears another object, 11, right? So, and here we have basically information of the space, the bookmarks. Do you remember I explained something about it inside the body, right? So, okay, but inside the object 10, we have a reference object 12, right? And here in object 11, what we find here, the first streaming, right, contains string, and this string is flat the code. So if it's flat the code, probably I need to execute something to try the code of these informations, right? So okay, so here I have an interesting point I could try to read, but here the size, it's 36. It's so, it's not big, it's small. Okay, but let's continue to look all those objects. So do you remember this file just have 15 objects? You remember before 63 objects? It's very, very bigger. Yep. So take a look at the object 13 here. In object 13, take a look. We have a JavaScript and we have a string again, but the size here is bigger than another. Do you remember? Another, it's very small. Here it's bigger. Okay, and here maybe we have an interesting point to analyze, right? So we need to find another two, 14 and 15, right? So here it's everything. The 14 is here and the 15 in here it's here, and we finish the file. So we need to now analyze the object 13 because we have a big JavaScript inside this information, right? So, and this in that point, I executed another platform, but this platform is not provided by DDA Steven, okay? But I will execute the PDFTK. I think some people may know these tools. I will execute the uncompression information. When I will execute some or create some PDF, I can compress some information and I can use this platform. Or if I need to uncompress the PDF, the information inside the PDF, I can use this uncompressed. Okay, if of course this tool has many others function, but I just use this here, right? So I generate the dump doc text to my idea here it was to look inside the all those information, but uncompressed. So take a look here what information I found. If you remember in the 13, we have the JavaScript, do you remember? But if you see here, it's maybe not looks, not looks like a JavaScript, But what happened here in this case? It's simple. Of course, not simple, but I know. Basically, the attacker here using the obfuscation technique, right? So the technique used here is the obfuscation inside this JavaScript, right? So of course, I need to read this information. So I have here the evil parameter. I will thought when I make this investigation. So if I have the evil and I have a JavaScript, and I need to read this, I need to read this information. So I use the HTML to try to read this in any page, right? Because here, if you see here, it's more, the different color here, color is different. So basically, I wrote this this information in a browser, right? Because I would like to read this information. I will disobfuscate this information because we talk about the what JavaScript, right? It's if you need to receive more knowledge, you need to study more about the applications, web applications, and something like that, right? Something like that. Let me look here. Okay, we have a payload.html. This is a file that I created. Okay, so now I will execute this in a browser. So take a look what we find here. Okay, we have a payload. Do you know what this means? Do you know what this means? Yes, this is the package responsible to install the Weidman machine. So let's to make steps that this attacker used in this attack, for example. They create a PDF file. They put a JavaScript inside this PDF. The attacker used the obfuscation technique to put all this code inside this technique. And when the user click in this PDF, do you remember the open action? You execute this JavaScript, and inside this JavaScript, what we have, the payload. The payload is the package that I will install in the Weidman machine, and this package is responsible to connect to the CAC, the command and controller from an attacker, right? So here we have many interesting information because we have the package, right? The basically is like a reverse, right? This package is responsible to call the attacker. Perfect. Okay, I could just stop here, but I was thinking that time I could try to investigate more. Okay, so let's continue to investigate more of this sample, because here I have a code, right? Or some code. But when I look inside this code, I can see some information, or not information, but some percent inside this information, and I understand that this code that attacker used is Unicode code based in EUC2, right? So I need to talk more slow, not to be confused this expression. But basically here, if you see here, I cut the percent, right? So here I have this code. What this code means? This is another technique that the attacker used in this attack. The Unicode encode, right? Because it's different when you talk about the encryption. Encryption is one thing, and encode it's another thing, right? So here I generate the Unicode code because this is a technique that the attacker used in this attack. So here I have the pure Unicode code, right? Because do you remember I have the payload, right? So inside this payload, I have this Unicode information. So now I need to convert this information, right? Because I have here the pure Unicode based in NEUC2. So, but maybe you are thinking now, Filipi, we just explain or just talk about with us about the Unix platform, but in Windows, what happened in Windows? Simple. I will show you another platform in Windows, right? So we have a Mozilla. It's a very known platform. If you see here, it's the same code with the same percent, right? So what another step that I did, I show you in Linux now. I need to cut the percent, right? And after that, I need to generate what? Because I have the Unicode package. So in this platform, I can generate the exa file binary, right? Why I do this in that case, right? Or what I did it in that case? Because my idea, it was to try read all those information inside this binary, inside this package, right? So after that, I used another platform from my friend Didier Steven, the short search, because my idea is to try and find any HTTP or HTTPS maybe, because my idea is to try and find the IP from the attacker, IP or the CAC from the attacker. And take a look here, we find the IP from the attacker, right? And if you consult of this information, if you search this information, you can find this information. This guy is from Estonia, Europe, right? So before or finishing this presentation, basically, take a look. We have the PDF file with 15 objects. Inside this object, we have a JavaScript obfuscated. Do you remember? And when the user clicking this object in this PDF, this open action, one of these functions that we saw execute this JavaScript obfuscated. This JavaScript of obfuscated will download the payload. Do you remember the payload? Inside this payload, we have the Unicode code, and inside this Unicode, we generate, of course, this hexa binary, but inside this code, we have the IP from the attacker. So you can understand all the flow of this attack, right? So now I finish my presentation.
Thank you, sir. That was really a wonderful talk. Now let's switch over to our next speaker. As you all know, real life stories inspires us a lot. And with all her experience, I would like to welcome our next keynote speaker, Miss Marina Kivati.
Hi there. Nice meeting you. I'm Marina Chavada. I'm from Brazil, and I am very thankful and I'm pleased to be here. I'm very thankful for CIACON for inviting me to be here. It's really nice to be in this conference. It's extra nice because the schedule involves a lot of speakers that I know of or admire or are even my friends. Or my also people who are from Brazil as well. So that's very nice to see the presence going around. So I would like to take the time to thank CIA for the invitation. And that's pretty much it. I'm not gonna give any spoilers of who I am right now. We can learn that in a little bit. We have a dedicated slide just for introductions. So if you wouldn't mind, I would like to start the talk. So here we have my talk, Tropical Spy, Tricks and Stories from a Brazilian Social Engineer, which, it's me. All right, so let me settle the configurations here, and let's go to my next slide. Well, who am I? So I'm Marina Chavada. I have my first degree in journalism. So I come from not a technical background. I come from a humanities background. And therefore I started as a events organizer. So I started actually producing content for a content-focused, infosec company. And there I turned myself into an events organizer where I organized the biggest hacking conference in Latin America. And then I became a community manager, learning how to deal with people and learning a lot about, who was into the hacking community back in Brazil and also worldwide, and what were they doing, what were their passions. And in this process, of course, I fell in love with hacking. So I was watching from a distance at that point, but I was still extremely involved with the community and already extremely passionate about the hacking itself. From there, I was also a volunteer leader of the volunteer program from this huge hacking event, and I have trained around 1,500 people in that program. Around that, I guess. And from that, I fell into social engineering. It was actually quite an accident. I had this friend working with some social engineering software, and he needed help with a client for a physical pen test. And there I was, and I was really good with people, according to him, and that therefore he came to me for help. And that's when I first delivered my a physical pen test, which was pretty exciting. For those who don't know what physical pen test is literally break and enter and steal information and steal documents. And I'm gonna talk a little bit more about social engineering as we go here. But stay with me, because social engineering applied into physical pen testing is quite exciting, and that's what I do. And because of that, I finally got to call myself a hacker. I think a hacker. Actually, a human hacker, because of social engineering. And from there, I went to being an awareness instructor. So nowadays, I teach people how to be more secure. I teach people, best practices and what to do and what not to do, and how they can protect themselves against social engineering and all kinds of attacks. And I'm also a content producer, so I'm all over social media, whatever social media you might use, making training, putting out trainings, or talking about social engineering, or giving people tips and teaching tricks and all of that. And well, that all of that led me to being the head of my own company, Hacktivists. It is a marketing, communications, events, and trainings agency focused on social engineering, focused on infosec, on cybersecurity. So in social engineering is one of the things that we do there. But we talk about security. We know talking about security is a hassle, is a struggle, is a nightmare. Not only for the marketing people, but for infosec people as well. It's not something that they do very well, the mix of those skills, of the communications skills with infosec. So that's kind of what I do, and that's why I founded my own company. So that's pretty much all I have to say about me. And I left here a little bit of the Hacker Manifesto. For those who don't know the Hacker Manifesto, I really, really strongly advise you to go search for it. It's worth it. It's the mentor wrote it in 1986. It is like a way bigger piece than this, but I just got the little bit of it that inspires me. That once I took, one gander at it, I was just hooked, and it talked volumes to me about what hacking is, about, even human hacking or social engineering, all of its meaning for myself. So the bit is that my crime is that of curiosity. My crime is judging people by what they say and think, not what they look like. My crime is that of outsmarting you, something that you will never forgive me for. So I think this speaks clearly with with social engineers. I do believe this is the mindset to have. And so moving forward, I I have here a bunch of cute little Brazilian animals, because what I'm going to teach you here, what I'm going to talk about here about my physical pen testing and about my social engineering attacks are going to, come as a little bit scary. And people tend to be quite scared. And at the end, they're like, oh my God, I'm never going to talk to you again. I don't know what kind of creature you are. So remember this cute little Brazilian animals. Inside, I'm just like them. I'm fluffy. I'm cute. I'm loving and I'm friendly. So please remember the cute little Brazilian animals when we reach the end of our road here on our talk. All right, so shall we begin? So social engineering. Social engineering, for those who don't know, it's about human hacking. It is about the human error. So looking for the human error, the human vulnerability. So people are a combination of behaviors and patterns inside a system. So inside the society that we live in, or the community that we live in, the culture and all, and as a combination of behaviors and patterns inside the system, we respond to commands. Therefore, we have our own vulnerabilities, kind of like machines. So social engineering reaches to behavior manipulation techniques through psychology and sociology and behavior analysis to explore the human vulnerabilities and flaws. Getting restricted as then that may get the social engineer to have access to restricted areas or extract information and so forth. So the social engineer is going to find that opportunity once someone makes a mistake, or they are the ones that are going to cause the person to make that mistake without even realizing. So that's going to give them access. That's going to give them, the piece of information they're after. And I have like a few, quick examples of social engineering here, just like phishing that we know a lot about already, tailgating, some techniques that social engineers use, so shoulder surfing, or even spear fishing or whalings as derivatives of the fishing, and pretexting, baiting, and a lot of that. So I'm gonna kind of focus here on what I do as a physical pen tester. The techniques that I usually use on my physical pen tests. But there is like this whole other world of social engineering that I also tackle here at this little image. I mean, not even near, but represented by this little image. But we're not going to talk about that today. We're going to talk about the physical pen test social engineering techniques that I usually use. So, attack techniques. So to conquer access, I have this kind of attacks on me whenever I am breaking and entering a company. So I use tailgating a lot because that's the basics of the basics. If you don't know what tailgating is, I mean, whenever someone is opening a door and going through that door and they leave the door open behind, or they even hold the door for you, that's tailgating. So you're going after someone. You're taking advantage of their access and going for that access too. And I do that a lot. Once my mission was to sit at the president's chair, the company's president chair, coming straight from the street. Oh, and also very important, like everything that I'm talking about here, the break and entering, the physical pen tests, this is all under contract. So for those who are not familiarized with what a physical pen test is, this is a hired service. So the company is in agreement with what I'm doing. Actually, the company is giving missions to me. So I do have my contract of service. I do have a non-disclosure agreement. And I have, all the correct papers to go and break into this company. And of course, just, friendly reminder that this is not one company hiring me to, break into another company. That would be corporate espionage, and that's illegal. That can land you in jail. What I do is I get hired to break in and go through the company that actually hired me. So, it's a service inside their own house. So yeah, the tailgating mission, the tailgating attack that I used in one of those missions. So one of those missions was to go through all the company and to actually go and sit in the president's chair, the CEO's chair. Being a complete stranger and having no kind of access and knowing, barely nothing about the company itself. So it was just a building, it was a fence building with security guards and kind of like a very normal commercial business building. And from the street to inside of the garage, the parking lot, it was just tailgating because I just waited for an employee to go through the main gate, and there were no like sophisticated access point there. It was just a gate that they would badge in and come in through the gate. So I just kind of tailgated a person, pretending I was in a hurry. I had my fake badge on me, so not rise any kind of alerts on that point. I will talk about fake badges in a little bit. But so from the street to the parking lot, one tailgate, and then from the parking lot to the service kind of hallway, they had right next to the building that I was able to find out using Google Maps. It was another gate that people would badge in and just go in there, and they would have access to the service entries, hallway kind of thing. And then once again, I just waited for someone to go there and badge in, then go through the gate, and I just tailgated them. And once I was in this hallway, I had access to the service stairs, the emergency stairs. I think that's how they are called. But anyway, I went all the way up to the upper floor, where the president's room was, where the president would have his own room there. And once again, from the service, the emergency stairs to inside of the floor, there was another door that people would badge in. And I know, I know as a matter of fact that people use stairs. They either want some privacy to make a call, or they want, I don't know, cry in the middle of their working hours, or they just want to go, and take the stairs down to exercise a bit. Whatever reason, people use stairs. So it was just a matter of time till someone opened the door. And I was just pretending to be, making a call there or whatever. And then I tailgated, inside the floor. And from there, it was pretty easy to find the president's room. There were no heavy guarding there. I just sit at the chair and took a nice picture and sent it to the client, mission accomplished. That whole thing took me like maybe 15, 20 minutes tops. I swear, from the street as a complete stranger to sitting on the president's chair, it was 20 minutes tops. It was super fast. And I only used tailgating. So yeah, tailgating works. Services entries are stairs, just as I just said. They're very useful for a physical penetration, because they usually have almost no one looking at it. They barely have security cameras, so there's a huge flow of unknown people going in and out all the time on those service entries. And those are like invisible people, people that no one that's in a hurry or is important or whatever pay attention to. So this is perfect for, just going in unnoticed, or just, running around unnoticed. Technical visits data. So back in Brazil, we have this thing where you can visit the client beforehand. You can visit the client before your actual, physical pen test day. And when you do that, it depends on the client. It depends on what the client wants or what the missions are. Sometimes the technical visits don't happen at all. But some clients, they want you to be aware of something inside the company already, or have already a head start or whatever, and they want you to get to know the site of your invasion. And we call that a technical visit. We call that, kind of like scouting with the client. And the data back in Brazil, this data is like registered on their receptions, So if you go back and you just give your name or maybe a document or something, you might get in, which is kind of a critical, a critical flaw there for me, because you can be someone that should not be coming back. You can be, an insider threat. You can be all kinds of stuff. So The right way of doing it is to validate everyone all the time, because unless they have already, you know, a badge or something that says they're cool to go in and out however they want, whenever they want, people should be validated all the time. And you know, once they're in, there must be someone, you know, walking with them, making a physical presence there, and you know, guiding unknown people inside a company, because you don't know who that person is. You don't know if what they're telling you is the actual truth. And even if it was, you don't know, you know, what could they possibly do, even by accident. So it is very important to always accompany, you know, be together or guide someone that is unknown inside a corporation. The fake reception email. So you know, when you go into the reception area, the lobby or whatever they are, usually you can just tell them a sad story, like, oh my god, I'm like late for this meeting and the person is waiting for me, and there should be an email for you there, just, you know, letting you know that I'm here and I need to go in. The person, obviously, you know, at the reception is just looking at her email and or his email, or their at their email, and just like, I don't have anything about you here. Like, there is no email about you here. And then you're like, oh my god, I can't believe this. The person forgot or whatever. Can you just let me know the reception email, and I'll be sure to call them and make them, you know, resend the email or whatever they have to. Just to be sure they're gonna do it right this time. They're not gonna, you know, make a mistake and not have the reception email. And most of the reception people do give the reception email, or even better, they have it like in the open. They have it somewhere public. They have like on their website maybe. So what you do is you go back to, you know, a dark corner, and you just create. You have to register a fake Gmail account, for example, and from there. It's pretty easy. Just, you know, name of a person dot name of the company at gmail.com, for example. Grab a picture of someone through, you know, the Instagram check-in or social media check-in to see whoever was checking in the company or not, or just grab like a random picture from the internet. Go for the logo of the company. So you go for logo of the company.png on the Google image search and add that to your signature, just, you know, to give a little bit more of credibility to that fake email. And you send the fake email as if it were from a person inside a company, just, you know, letting you get in the company as an outside person. So the reception will get that email, and you go back to the reception. You know, making a fake email at Gmail takes like 5 to 10 minutes. And you go back to reception, and then you can like ask again, is the email there already? And, you know, after a few quick minutes, they're probably gonna get the fake email, you know, letting you in, which yourself send it to them, and you're good to go. That happened to me like more than I can count already. I used that a lot of times already. This happens because people at the reception don't usually get training, don't usually get security training. First and foremost, I forgot the expression. So they don't know how to recognize that is not an official email. They don't actually pay attention. They are not trained to pay attention. So that is something that you can, a social engineer can take advantage of. The fake badges. So if you know anything about social engineering, you probably have already heard stories of people, you know, making fake badges and getting into places. This is not something new, but it still works very, very good. You can find fake badges pictures all over. You can find the actual badges pictures all over the internet. People love to post their badges, even giving you your their geolocation by checking in, when they post their picture. And then you can just swipe a bunch of those badges pictures, and you can do your own fake badge. And that helps a lot, build that helps you build your credibility, and have, a fake badge on your chest is pretty helpful most of the times, because, people tend to trust you. So I left OSINT here. So OSINT is very, 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 very important for any social engineer ever doing anything you can imagine. So you gotta know what people are liking, not liking, what they are posting, not posting. You gotta know if they have their own data leaked somewhere, or if they have it just on display on their social medias, easy to grab, easy to see, easy to collect. So you can build your case, and you can build, you can actually do your homework and know your targets. So OSINT is very, very important here. I'm not going to talk about OSINT too much. I try not to talk about it too much. So a good access technique is you create some kind of conflict, create some kind of problem, and as soon as you can, just solve it. Like, almost immediately, actually. It's like you come with this problem, this is bad, this is happening, and I don't know what to do, and oh my God, and we have this situation, and you just turn around, but you know what, I'm gonna take care of that. You know what, if you help me do this, we can, this is not gonna be a problem anymore. It's like 5 minutes, I'm just gonna go there real quick, and I will solve this, and I'm gonna come back. Don't worry at all. So if you create a conflict and you give the problem a solving real fast, then the people kind of like creates a faster rapport with you, or just bring their guard down, or just comply with what you're saying, because they also want to solve the problem real quick. So this is a very good attack technique for access. Just as I gave the example of the fake email for the reception. Improv skills are very, very, very important too for physical pen testers, at least for me, because back in Brazil, things are hectic. Services don't actually work. People are late. You have a bunch of stuff that you couldn't predict even doing your homework. And you gotta be quick on your feet. You really have to see an opportunity, opportunity, and take advantage of that, and go for it. Or you have to have the right calls about what's too risky to do, what's what can it burn your bridges too soon. So you really have to have this knack in you to have fast responses. And that's kind of something that's hard to teach. So if you don't have that already in you, or if you don't want to develop that kind of skill, that behavior skill, or like the social skill, that's going to be a struggle for you to do a pen test. So another attack technique that I have for access is just simply asking, and that's very funny because people are completely oblivious about security. Sometimes they just completely ignore protocols, and they're too trustworthy, or whatever the reason is. That if you find someone like that and you just ask, they're literally gonna give you their password, or gonna give you access, or gonna open the door for you. So simply asking, for a few targets, it's all that you need to get that information, or to get into whatever you need to be. And another one that I really like to use is knocking at people's doors. Even like, for example, once I did this in a security monitoring room. The security camera rooms, the security cameras room, where they have like where they had all the monitors around. So I just literally knocked at the door, and it was like this heavy iron door. I knocked it there, and I asked if someone called IT. and everyone, everywhere in the entire world, and called IT. If the air conditioner is not working right, or the internet is too slow, or any kind of problems you can imagine, people will call IT. And that's why you will almost always get into places if you say, if you ask if someone called IT, and you just personifies, Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. And it just personifies the IT person, and then you're in. And then you can even, go all through the hardware there, go all through the equipments, and even, put some bad USB there and have your fun. Which is what I have done in this case. All right, so my stealing techniques. So for information extraction, I go a lot for meeting rooms. Meeting rooms give you credibility. So if you're inside a meeting room, you're probably someone important. So it's harder for people to go question you, or to have you as a suspect or anything. And it's even more likely to people give you information if you call them into a meeting room, if you have a meeting room. And meeting rooms are pretty easy to get into because they are most likely unlocked, or even better, they have the entire schedule on the door. So when the room is going to be empty, when the room is going to be available for you to get in there. Sit tight and pretend to be a manager, or pretend to be someone from another branch, someone important, or even a person from support collecting feedback, which is one of the things that I have already done for extracting information from the help desk department. I would call them one by one and offer them to give me feedback on the internal tool that they were using, and they would just pour their hearts out about the internal system, giving me enough information to build up into each one of them and gain trust, and eventually getting into inside the actual internal system. So common areas are also really good for information extraction because people talk at common areas. People do very important calls at common areas. Once I even walked into a product launch meeting from a very, very, very important company. So it was a very huge product they were launching. And for some reason, they were having their launching meeting in the common area. And in the TV, in the common area, they had all of the project's details in there, the code, all of the marketing strategy, all in there in the TV in the common area. And I was just recording it all without even trying to disguise myself, because it was a common area. You should not do that stuff in common areas. So document cabinets, I open those a lot. People don't lock document cabinets for some reason, or if they do, they leave the key there, or if they don't leave the key there, they hang the key right next to it, or put it on a jar on their own table, which is also really, really, really easy to find. So I don't understand why people have file cabinets or document cabinets if they're going to be wide open for anyone to access. It's why are you putting them away then? They're not important, clearly. Unlocked rooms, same thing. So a bunch of file rooms or document rooms, or even server rooms, completely unlocked. I will find those rooms. I will enter those rooms. I will steal everything from these rooms. That's what I do. That's what I'm paid to do. Unlocked devices. I am not even gonna drag myself into this because we're probably all very, very, very tired of talking about unlocked devices. I do tell people back in Brazil to just troll their friends whenever you see that their devices unlocked, because at this point in time, come on, we gotta turn your screen 360 now, but we gotta turn your screen 180 degrees. We gotta do something to laugh, because it's just stop leaving your unlocked devices behind. I'm gonna find your phone. I'm gonna find your computer. I'm gonna, install every kind of crazy things you can imagine in your machine. I'm gonna steal, important emails from it. I'm gonna send crazy emails to a bunch of your contacts, or I can do anything with an unlocked device. And I see even, personal phones left behind unlocked in the tables, and I'm like, oh my God. Whew. So uniforms and accessories left behind. I also steal a bunch of that. So whenever I find any kind of new, work accessory, like the hard hat or, ear protections or the glasses, protective glasses, glassware, whatever. My English is not that good, y'all. Or any kind of uniforms left behind, even a jacket, a company jacket with the logo left behind. I steal all of that so I can, dress myself as someone from the company itself. So once I was like done with this costumer, and it was like a huge campus, and they had a lot of people who wore a lot of different uniforms. And at the end of the day, I had like, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 different uniforms, counting from the lab uniform and the maintenance uniform and the cleaning crew uniform, and all kinds of uniforms and accessories you can imagine. So I have like this video that I sent to the client of me emptying my bag, just bouncing my bag and stuff falling from him, like for all this stuff from their uniforms and all. That was quite fun. Fishing and smishing. So of course, the basic tools from a social engineer. I use that a lot as well. I sometimes, coordinate a phishing with one of my physical pen tests, or maybe a call. I also do phishing or a vishing while I'm on site, because sometimes that can help me, get into somewhere or talk to someone that I need to talk to. So, you have it on the go. For example, the fake email that I would send, the reception. And bad USB. You always have a bad USB with you. You can have all kinds of technical equipments with you, antennas and all of that, to have your fun and sniffing networks and all crazy stuff that you can do once you're inside a company. But the bad USB is kind of a always go to, even if you can't take much with you. It's easy to carry. And if you don't know what a bad USB attack is, you just have yourself a USB drive infected with malware or any payloads or any kind of programs that you think it's useful, and you carry that around with you, to infect the company's systems, just to show them that you've been there, you plugged something malicious into their computers. They're not going to do anything bad with it. You're just going to put that in your report, and that's it. So manipulation techniques. I'm trying to go as fast as I can, I swear. Manipulations techniques. So finding or causing human error. So I know the manipulation sounds really bad. The word manipulation sounds really bad, but it's kind of what a social engineer has to do. So we have to find, some people's behavioral patterns, and we have to learn how to tickle them in the right way. We have to learn how to make them respond to us in a certain manner. That we can, either find where they are making a mistake or make them make a mistake, on purpose, like influence them to it. So you got to build rapport with your target, and that's, there is a bunch of techniques that you can, have for that. It goes with your pre-texting. I don't know what kind of, character you're playing there on your physical pen test. So it depends on, on your character, but report is really, really important. It's how you guarantee not only you will have an opening for for landing an attack, but you also gonna be able to leave and to go away and not leave any trace behind. Divide and conquer is really good because it's easier to attack people who are left by themselves for any kind of reasons. It's easier to have one target than multiple targets because you raise less flags that you're trying to land an attack. So I often use the lunchtime for going after what I need, because there are like just a few people left behind doing overworking, or it's just like the intern, poor intern. Or I tend to go for after hours as well. Not only the company may be completely empty, but it can also be, just a few people there, just a few key people there that you need to go for. So it's beneficial for you to divide and conquer. Sometimes depends on your target, depends on your mission. So you gotta always build credibility. That's very important if you want to be, have trust bonds with your targets. If you want to develop your report, you gotta build credibility. So you gotta speak the same language. You gotta listen to how people speak inside the company. What kind of terms are they using? What are they saying about the products they're they're having contact with? You gotta learn their lingo. And you can do that by reconnaissance, doing your homework, by going through social media, or just standing in the lobby and listening to people for a while, just sitting somewhere and observing. You got to be able to study your targets. You can't just go wild. Yeah, you can. It's just not very responsible of you for doing that. And asking for help is always kind of a go-to. It's an easy go-to because people want to help. So if you play a trainee like myself, I'm a small little innocent looking girl. I can be very sweet, and people want to help me because I look like a trainee. I look like I'm lost. I look like I need help. Or you can ask for feedback. For example, at the one attack that I told you, that I was inside this meeting room and having those feedback meetings with everyone, so they would give me a lot of information. So as I said, you gotta be able to spot the opportunity here. Someone that's not feeling 100% that day, or they look tired, or they look super excited over a project, or they're running around, or they're bored. You gotta be able to spot that. And you gotta be always, whenever it's possible, like as a general rule, try to always leave good impressions behind you. Because if you leave people feeling better for having met you, they will be way less suspicious. They will have almost no suspicion at all, if not at all, that you were in any way malicious, that you took anything from them, that you stole from them. So you gotta always leave a good impression behind. I say this because a lot of people ask me like, "Oh my God, you're a social engineer. People must be so afraid of you. You must be so easy if you want to, ask people money or threat them so they can pay you or whatever." Like, no, you kind of don't want to do that. If you put people too much on a spotlight, if you pressure them, if you make them feel fear or anger, that's not very good, because that can backfire real quick. They're gonna be hard to predict. It's not what you want. You want predictable human beings to fit into a system, so you can find your ways to hack them. So yeah, I'll always leave good impressions behind you. This time, for example, I broke into a company, and the sysadmin logged into my own machine, and I told like a very sad story, but he was so sweet, even though he logged into my machine with his own user admin on the internal system. But anyway, I treated him very kindly, and we, had a lot of, we chat a lot while he was helping me. And, I left, and we met again at the end of the day, and he was like, "Hey, how you doing? Were you able to solve your problem?" I was like, "Yes, thank you so much. You just saved my day." So he met me again, and that was in a very dangerous position because I was already at the end of the day. So I was going a little bit wild there, because it wouldn't matter if I was gonna get caught at that point. So I was like running around and doing all kind of crazy stuff. And even then he found me again, and he like thanked me, and he remembered me. He remembered me as a positive thing. So that's good. You don't, leave no bad traces behind. So yeah, I know this all can be very scary. I know people, get really apprehensive after I say all these bad things about the attacks and social engineering and physical pen testing and manipulation and all that. Can be overwhelming. So people often think, I don't stand a chance against someone like you. You are like trained to get me. You were trained to come and find me and, and take advantage of me. And I'm like, yeah, I am, but you can also train yourself to not be taken advantage of. That's something that can go both ways. It's something that should go both ways because you're that important. So you deserve security. So you always got to be suspicious or cautious. I mean, we forget that a lot. And for some reason, we connected those words to something negative, to losing hope on humanity or whatever. No, this is good. Being suspicious or cautious makes us look better into things, makes us go and search for better resources, and it's a survival instinct. So you gotta be suspicious. You gotta be cautious as a natural response. Before being all trustworthy, people have to deserve your vouch of trust. So if you see anything weird, report always. Always, 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 always. It is very important. Anytime you suffer with something, you talk about it. You let other people know, because then they can also recognize those bad things, and they can protect themselves. So if you spread that knowledge, if you spread your concern, more people will be more careful, and that's really good. If you want to stop an attack, you should report it. That's like the main thing. That's the most important thing. And you gotta communicate. You gotta talk about it. Communication is very, very important for security. And I am talking out to all of y'all, like all of us. We have to communicate better about security. We have to teach people about security. We have to teach our grandma's security or our parents' security. We gotta, be those kind of people, because if we don't, they will still be oblivious. We're not doing any kind of good, being bad at communicating why security is important. And then I go to awareness. So awareness is not only important for companies, awareness and campaigns and all that. They should be part of our day-to-day lives. They should be part of our education, because security is part of our lives. Everything we do has to do with security. I mean, locking your door behind you when you leave your house, or thinking twice when going into a relationship because you remember bad stuff that happened in past relationships, recognizing behavior patterns, recognizing threats. That's very important in our lives, and that's all about security. Setting our own boundaries, reviewing things that we have contact with, reviewing information that we heard about. It's all about security. So we have to kind of detach security a little bit of, this technical point of view all the time. And remember, security is a very wide concept that goes through all of the little aspects of our lives. And that's extremely important. We cannot forget that. We cannot lose touch with that. And well, with that, I finished my talk. So thank you all very much. I hope I didn't go overboard. I forgot to put my timer here when I started. But anyway, if you want to know a little bit more about me, if you want to chat with me, if you want to get to know my work, you can go and find me on my social media profiles. I'm on Instagram and Twitter. Instagram is my main profile, but you can also find me on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, anywhere you want as Marina Cevada or at Marina Cevada. I have kind of the same handle everywhere. And that's pretty much it. Please come and tell me if you liked my talk, or, let me know that you're there, and we can chat and we can, trade experiences. And I'm very grateful for being here, and thank you all for the opportunity. And that's it. I hope you have enjoyed the talk. Bye. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Marina, for a wonderful talk. Moments you were eager to see hacking with Raspberry Pi by none other than Daniel Dietrell. He's a security researcher, author, and a consultant. Please welcome Daniel Dietrell.
Welcome to CIACON, an open community of cybersecurity researchers. This is Security Testing with Raspberry Pi, and I am your host, Daniel Dieterle. First, a little bit about me. I started in IT support. Over the years, I supported the servers and networks of hundreds of companies across New York State. I have also worked in large corporate data centers and even an Ivy League school. I've been in the security field for a little over now 10 years as a security researcher, consultant, and author. I am an internationally published security author and currently working on my 7th security book. This talk will be about using IoT devices, mainly Raspberry Pis, in the security field. Kali Linux is one of the most popular distributions for penetration testing and security assessments. It is fairly easy to use, especially if you have Debian Linux experience, and it is loaded with security tools. It is used heavily by pen testers and red teams, and the official certifications for Kali are some of the most coveted certifications by new security personnel. It can be run on a desktop in many different ways. You can install it and run it via USB, directly load it as the main operating system. You could dual boot it with another OS, run it in a virtual machine, use it directly on Windows 10 and the Windows subsystem for Linux, or even in a cloud instance. Virtual machine usage is very popular, as you can quickly set up a pen test learning lab with just Kali Linux and a handful of targets like Metasploitable 3, Windows 10, or Windows Server 2019. But that's not why we're here today. Kali Linux can also run on many ARM-based IoT devices and even Android phones. In this talk, we'll focus on Raspberry Pi. Many would think that these are cut down or reduced versions of Kali Linux, but they aren't. Most ARM-based Kali Linux images contain the entire operating system, and all the standard tools are available for download. Granted, some tools won't run natively on ARM, but most do without any problem at all. So, for a fraction of the price of a full desktop, the Raspberry Pi Zero costs $10. The Raspberry Pi 4 starts at around $35 American dollars. You could have a fully functional security testing system in a small box. Because of the cheap price and the small stealthy size, RPIs are also very popular by pen testers and red teamers, using them as drop boxes. Drop boxes are basically hacker boxes left on a target site during physical security site tests that the pen tester can remote into later and access the target's internal network. You have a lot of capability with using the Pi by itself, but you can also use a ton of add-on devices to further increase the Pi's capabilities. You can also interface with a lot of industry testing tools with the Raspberry Pi. A lot of the Hack5 devices will work great with an RPI. Common add-on devices are USB Wi-Fi antennas, software-defined radios, Bluetooth, and RF scanning devices. There are also a lot of add-on hat devices that plug directly onto the Pi, devices like screens, or as pictured in this display, an IoT Edge AI computing board that could connect to hundreds of different Grove sensors. We will get to other uses for a Pi in a minute, but first let's talk about running Kali Linux on a Raspberry Pi. To get started, just download the Raspberry Pi ARM image from the Offensive Security website, write the image to a memory card, pop it in, and boot it up. It really is that easy. In a few seconds, you'll see a full Kali Linux graphical desktop on the Pi 4, just as it were a regular desktop computer. You can install Kali Linux on a headless Pi, one that has no video display, and then you just SSH into it to operate it. Or you can hook it up to a regular HDMI monitor, use any of a number of LCD display boards, or use the 7-inch official Raspberry Pi touchscreen display, as seen here. The only difference between regular Kali Linux and the ARM version is that it comes with a limited number of tools installed. This makes it much easier to set up security testing boxes, or drop boxes. You only install the tools that you actually need. The Kali Linux tools are available in what are called meta packages. These are tools separated by category names. For example, the wireless meta package has all the wireless tools, the forensics package, all the forensics tools, and so on. This way you can create a customized security testing box that doesn't include unnecessary tools, saving the Pi's precious resources. Once the install is finished and you install any meta packages that you want onto Kali using the apt install command, you have a normal, fully functional Kali install. Everything is there and works exactly the same on the Pi 4 as it does on a desktop system or in a virtual machine. You can scan wireless, enumerate networks, use network and application testing tools, exactly as you would on a normal Kali install. You can also install additional or third-party testing tools on the Pi, basically anything that is compatible with ARM. These include some professional level at-cost pen testing tools, but also hardware tools like RF and Zigbee scanners and all the add-on boards and adapters that we talked about earlier. But I don't want to use Kali Linux. You get this a lot in the field. Some people love Kali, some hate it. And the truth is, you don't really need it. In the Linux world, you can install your favorite security tool on your favorite flavor of Linux. The same is true in the ARM world. Well, kinda. Not every Linux distro has an ARM-compatible version, but you can always just use Raspberry Pi OS, or Raspbian as it used to be called. Raspberry Pi OS actually works really well for the security field, and unlike Kali, it has full support for the traditional Raspberry Pi features. Like software to run the Raspberry Pi cameras, it is also very easy to interface with RPI input-output pins using Raspbian, or Raspberry Pi OS. But just from a security standpoint alone, you can apt install many of the security tools from the terminal, and they work perfectly fine. Like this example here, I simply just installed Nmap as I would on Kali Linux or any other Linux distribution, and it works perfectly fine. But what if you have a lot of security tools that you want to install and you don't want to install them one at a time? I actually ran into this question when I was writing my security testing with the Raspberry Pi book, and I found a solution. The Pen Testers Framework is a fully customizable security tool that installs security tools, and it works great on the Raspberry Pi. Well, it works pretty good on the Raspberry Pi. Some of the tools it installs by default are not ARM compatible, though, as the Pen Testers Framework is completely customizable, you can configure it to only install the tools that work and the tools that you're going to actually use. When you run PTF, you select the tools you want to install, and then it does its thing. It automatically downloads, compiles if necessary, and installs all the tools that you selected. When it is finished, you have a weaponized Raspberry Pi, all set for your security tests. One of the tools you can install with PTF is Sniper. Sniper is an automated web server scanner and attack tool created by 0 Days. Sniper is fully automated. Just select your command line options and set the target, and Sniper begins to automatically enumerate and scan the target using multiple scanners and web app security tools. If it finds a vulnerability or multiple vulnerabilities, it will automatically attempt to open a remote shell with the target using an exploit. It works equally well against Linux-based and Windows web servers. You can download and use the standard version for free. The professional version is at cost, but has been a go-to tool for many professional pen testers. One pen testing company I know loads up multiple Raspberry Pis with Sniper and leaves them laying around the target company's site when doing the physical access part of their pen test. They can then remotely access and security test through the RPIs. Warberry Pi is another security tool that was developed specifically for the RPI. It also was created for red team Dropbox use and was designed to hide on a target network and be as stealthy as possible while it collected data. Warberry analyzes existing traffic and can perform auto-analysis and attack. It has stealth features built in. It can even pretend to be a printer, so it blends into a large network environment. It also has the ability to emulate a MAC address of an existing device, further improving its stealth. Lastly, you can set up a covert 3G channel with Warberry so it can be accessed remotely from anywhere. The Raspberry Pi can also be used as a cybersecurity learning lab or as a target itself to help teach or to learn computer security. Raspone is an all-in-one security learning lab based on the Raspberry Pi 3. It is loaded with multiple vulnerable web apps and services. The OS runs multiple servers and is designed to run via Wi-Fi, so you can basically have a complete self-contained lab all on one RPI. Just connect to the Raspberry Pi via Wi-Fi and use your favorite pen testing tools to test away. Damn Vulnerable Pi, or DVPi, was another great use for a Raspberry Pi. It is a purposely vulnerable Pi image that you could try to break into, kind of like a CTF challenge. This one worked even better if you had an LCD touchscreen display, as you could interact with the menu buttons on the front of the panel. Basically, you just burned the DVPi image, set up your display, and you had a ready-to-use pen test target. As I mentioned before, not everything that works on Linux will run on ARM. One specific program is Docker. If Docker images don't have ARM support included when they're created, they will not run correctly on a Pi. Though some popular testing tools have been modified so they run correctly on a Raspberry Pi, one example of this is OWASP Juice Shop. Juice Shop is a popular insecure web app that is used in security training, capture the flag competitions, and is a great tool to practice your cybersecurity skills. What's even better is that it runs great on a $35 Raspberry Pi. This was just a quick overview of using Raspberry Pi as both a cybersecurity attack system and as a target. Hopefully I demonstrated that the Pi is very capable for both tasks, and that the price point for a Pi makes it a very attractive platform for the security industry. I go much deeper into all these topics in my book, Security Testing with the Raspberry Pi, available on Amazon.com. PwnPi Loa by Meme82 is a framework which turns a Raspberry Pi Zero W into a flexible, low-cost platform for pen testing, red teaming, and physical engagements, or into a little offensive appliance. Just burn the image, pop it into the Pi, and power up. Within a few seconds, a new Wi-Fi network will appear. Log into the new Wi-Fi network, open a browser, and surf to the control panel. And that's it. PwnPy is a HID attack device, a hardware interface device attack device. Basically, it acts like a keyboard and mouse when plugged into the target system. If you're familiar with Hack5's GirlScript, the process is very similar, though PwnPy has a lot more capability. To configure PwnPy, you connect it via SSH or through the web interface. You then enter commands that you want the computer to run. Then, when you're ready to use it, you take the Pi, plug it into the target system. PwnPy acts like a keyboard. After it boots up, it automatically begins entering the attack commands, one character at a time. Unlike other HID-type devices, even when the PwnPy is deployed, you can still remote into it and modify or reconfigure it on the fly. Once you configure the PwnPy with the commands that you want it to run, comes the fun part. Deploying it during a pen test or red team engagement. This is where your ninja skills come into play. All you need to do is plug the PwnPy into a target computer and arm it. It will then do whatever you program the device to do. This could be copying documents off of the target system, copying a C2 payload onto the system, scanning the target network, looking for credentials, or even take over the computer and use it to attack other computers on the network. The security tester can remotely connect to the Pi at any time, even when the device is deployed, and can completely modify the device's behavior. It can be reprogrammed on the fly to do an entirely different task than it was programmed to do, all live and in real time. This is the PwnPy web control panel. This is where all the configuration and control for the tool takes place. As previously mentioned, the web interface is a live interface. When you make changes, the changes are effective immediately on the device. The tool creator has done an amazing job with the interface. I was playing around with a lot of the different configurations and put the device in an unstable state. Any other HID type tool would have most likely needed to be unplugged, brought back to the host system and reconfigured. But I was able to redeploy default settings of the device while it was connected to a target system, and I was back in business. Let's take a look at the main menu items. The top left 4 menu buttons are for configuring the different connection types. You can connect to PwnPy through USB, Bluetooth, or Wi-Fi, and these buttons allow you to configure all the settings for that. The next button is trigger actions. These are a major part of the new PwnPy version. They really add a lot of intelligent scripting to the tool. There are several pre-existing scripts that tell PwnPy how to behave when it is connected to the target. When you get used to using the tool, you can bring it to the next level by adding your own trigger actions. You can trigger off of several events, including USB connected to the host, Wi-Fi access point is up, DHCP least issued, or even a SSH user login. And these are just some of them. There's several more. And these events can also be set to fire once or multiple times. You can add multiple triggers or modify existing ones. As you can see, with using the combination of settings, you could create a very powerful attack tool. The possible combinations are really only limited to the imagination. The HidScript editor is where the magic happens. With the HidScript editor, you can create ducky-like scripts that run on the target system. The difference is you can change these scripts on the fly through the remote control interface. This is the programming code used to control the keyboard and the mouse. Any text is sent through the USB port, one character at a time, but at a very high rate of speed. String text is entered with the type command. Notice the /n at the end of the line for the enter key. The rest of the commands are a script to move the mouse around the screen and to change the typing speed or the moving speed. You can make any changes you want on the script, then save it to run on a target system later. Or if the device is already connected to the target and you are remoting in, just click the run button and the script is executed live on the target system. When the program starts, it opens Notepad on the target system and starts sending or typing one character at a time through the USB port. It also controls the mouse movement and the speeds of both. This is just a basic demo program and wouldn't be much use in an actual security test. Though one of the other sample programs called Mouse Jiggler is kind of interesting. It will just randomly move the mouse around the screen at random times. This is something you could use if you wanted to mess with someone's mind. Again, this is just a simple test. There are many PwnPy scripts available online that do different things. You can also enable the device to act like a USB drive, so you can copy files to and from the device during an attack. This is perfect for exfiltrating data from the computer or the network. It is also good for uploading commands that may not be on the device, or malicious programs like a C2 exploit payload. Lastly, let's look at a fun payload that I made for a large red team agency. The target network was being hardened against potential Russian-based hackers. This script would be used on PwnPis, which would be taken by red team testers into the target organization being security tested. If they could successfully access computers in an organization, they would connect the PwnPi to the systems and run this script. When the attack script was triggered, it would cause a computer to speak through PowerShell voice commands saying, "Oh no, it must be a Russian hacker." Then multiple Russian flags would pop up in the web browser windows. The test sample is only 6. I had it set to 100. Lastly, the Russian national anthem would play in a hidden Internet Explorer window and at maximum volume. Silly, I know, but it proves several things. Firstly, that the red team successfully accessed computers in an organization. They were able to run a program on the target system, causing the system to reach out to the internet and play a video, but also to download and open the Russian flag from a red team server. This type of attack actually wasn't my personal idea. Back several years ago, allegedly, US and Israeli hackers infiltrated and made workstations in an Iranian nuclear facility play AC/DC's Thunderstruck at night and at full volume. This was a part of the Stuxnet attack. The music video part of the attack can be replicated very easily with PwnPi using just a very limited amount of code. PwnPi is a very useful and powerful tool. The last topic I want to cover today is some fun uses for the Raspberry Pi and future uses of IoT devices like the Pi in cybersecurity. One of the most popular uses for the little Raspberry Pi Zero W right now is to turn them into a Pwnagachi. Pwnagachis are ridiculously cute little Wi-Fi hacking devices. They are just a Pi Zero with a LCD display or a e-ink display, but the magic is in the software. The A2C based AI code powered by BetterCap learns from its surrounding Wi-Fi environment and automatically hacks any Wi-Fi networks in range. Okay, it doesn't really hack them, it just tricks the Wi-Fi network into giving up its authentication handshake as well as any PMK IDs. These keys are then saved to be cracked by Hashcat at a later time. The cool part of a Pwnagachi, though, is the adorable and lively status faces that it shows during different stages of scanning, detection, and key capture. If you have more than one Pwnagachi, it makes friends with each Pwnagachi it detects, sharing information with it. New cybersecurity students love these things, and they are a great tool to learn about Wi-Fi security. Cute interface aside, they are running BetterCap in the background, which is a very good Wi-Fi scanning and attack tool. The problem with Pwnagachis are that they use the internal Wi-Fi, so the range isn't that great. You have to be fairly close to the target Wi-Fi network for them to work, and you are fairly limited with what else you can do with them once they are running the Pwnagachi code. But with a little tweaking, you could run it on a Pi 4 with an extended range antenna. Or, with a little more tweaking, you could turn your whole office into a Ponagachi playground. Not interested in something that looks like a toy? Then you may want a mini LCD display and some custom programming. This is an automated Wi-Fi scanner I made using a Pi Zero, Adafruit 24x24 LCD display, and an extended range alpha. As soon as you plug the battery in, it automatically begins detecting and scanning Wi-Fi networks using the AirCrack NG toolset. Of course, you don't need to run Wi-Fi attack tools. Being full Kali Linux underneath, you could use your $10 Pi Zero to test web security using Sniper. IoT devices are used heavily in physical security, and the Pi is no exception. A couple different Pi cameras are available and are easy to use and set up. You can use the built-in Raspberry OS commands or use special programs like MotionEye that can turn your cheap little Raspberry Pi into a high-res motion detect surveillance camera. Another option is the Raspberry Pi night vision camera. Software-wise, it works exactly the same as a regular camera. You can swap one for the other without changing any settings. But with the night vision camera, you get full room size night vision. This is a portable night vision system that I made. It is the same Pi tablet that I've shown before. It is just running Raspbian, some custom code, and has the night vision camera taped to the back. But the effect is amazing. Here are two pictures of what it saw in a room that was completely blacked out. You couldn't see anything with the naked eye, but you could easily walk around using the night vision system and see perfectly fine. Notice you can even read the label on the pop bottle. One last fun use of the Raspberry Pi is using them to track airplanes. Using our RTL SDR software-defined radio adapter, you can literally track airplanes. The Flight Radar software picks up airplane ADS-B signals, which is plane ID, speed, and altitude, and plots them on a Google Map type display in real time. I had about a 50-mile range with mine. You can also upload your data to the main FlightAware website or Flight Radar website and share them with other ADS-B systems, so you could literally track airplanes across the world just using ADS-B monitor systems like this. Lastly, let's take a few minutes and talk about future uses of IoT devices in cybersecurity. This will include some of the work that I've personally been working on. Pentesters and red teams have used Raspberry Pis and other devices like the Hack5 pentesting tools for several years now. Hopefully I've shown it is very easy to take a Raspberry Pi and use it as a device like a Dropbox. But what's next? What does next generation smart IoT offensive security devices look like? What would they be like? Sensors and sensor input have revolutionized maker boards, robotics, and the IoT world. It will do the exact same for next generation Dropboxes. Right now, Raspberry Pis loaded with specific pentest tools are left on client sites as remote access Dropboxes. They usually connect back to the security testing team through cellular, internet access, or Wi-Fi. Once they are connected to the target network or a network-connected device, they are left to run until they are picked up at the end of the pen test, or until they're discovered. But imagine a Dropbox with more intelligence. Imagine if they only ran when someone was in the room, or when the room was empty, or when the office lights are on or off. What if they only ran when someone was within a few feet of the device, or they turned off for the same reason, or turned on a remote access microphone under the same situations? Maybe the device is to be used on a vehicle or a ship and only turn on when the device is in motion, tracking GPS, and only turns on when the device is at a certain location, possibly giving hackers remote access options inside a secured facility. Better yet, what if the device lay dormant, just waiting and watching until one specific person enters a room? or a group of specific people, maybe those with admin access or access to sensitive data. When the device has correctly ID'd the targets through facial recognition, imagine if it ran specific exploit payloads or scanners when that person was in the room, or those people. All the above and more are possible right now, and the capabilities and stealth options will only increase as time goes on. This is a proof of concept example of a smart Dropbox that could run scans only when someone is in the room or when they get within a certain distance from the device. It is a Raspberry Pi 4 with an Arduino-based AI edge computing hat and an ultrasonic range sensor. You could also use a light level detector or a human presence detector, or all three. The edge computing board handles all the sensor interaction and the processing. If a certain condition is met, it can handle control over to the Raspberry Pi. The screen shows the range sensor running and displaying distances of detected objects. All we need to do is modify the code so that when a certain range level is reached, only 9 centimeters in the demo, but it could be whatever you wanted, it tells the Raspberry Pi to perform an Nmap scan on the network that is attached to the Raspberry Pi. Again, this is just a proof of concept. It could run and perform any security test or do whatever else you want it to do when the range limit is met. For my final example, I want to show how you can easily take the same concept and apply facial recognition to it. By this I mean we can use a Pi camera, the regular one or night vision, and have the Raspberry Pi perform some sort of security test or function only when a certain person or certain people are detected in the room. Using a Raspberry Pi 4 and the Pi camera, you can easily perform facial recognition. With a little coding magic, you can have it perform specific tasks when it detects a certain person. In this case, it kicks off a Wi-Fi scan when it detects my face. The Raspberry Pi isn't the only IoT board being used in computer security. There are many. One of the new up-and-comers that has a lot of possibilities is the Arduino-based Wio terminal. It is a SAMD51-based all-in-one unit that has an LCD screen, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, microphone, light sensor, accelerometer, and infrared emitter. It has 2 sensor ports that can connect to any of the several hundred available Grove sensors, or it can hook up to any of the many add-on boards for additional sensor capability. A couple are shown here in the picture. The Wio can function as a standalone unit or connect onto a Raspberry Pi as a hat, lending all of its processing power and sensor capability to the Pi. The unit was made to be a stealthy drop box, as it is the only unit I've ever seen that has a magnet built in, so it will stick to any metal surface. As you can see here, it's actually sticking on the side of a metal cabinet. Lastly, phones could be used as drop boxes or as pen test devices, or even interact with them. A lot of people are familiar now with NetHunter, so I'll only briefly mention this. But basically, NetHunter is a fully functional Kali Linux install on an Android-based phone. Just like the Pi, it is a fully capable Kali Linux install. It also works great with external devices like Wi-Fi and RF scanners, and it even interfaces with or controls other Raspberry Pi Dropboxes. And the stealth factors with it is very high because everyone is walking around with their phone out. It draws little to no attention at all. I just wanted to thank everyone for taking the time to listen to my session today. If you'd like to learn a lot more about all the topics I talked about, check out my 3 latest books. I'm also currently working on a new Advanced Security Testing with Kali Linux book that will be out early next year. Thank you, and have a great day.
Wow, hacking with Raspberry Pi, that was really a wonderful talk.
Now we have a OSCP CH CCNA certified professional enlightening us on egg hunting. Please welcome Mr. Vincius Vera, to this incredible journey of exploit development.
Hi everyone, my name is Vinicius Vieira from Brazil. In this talk we'll talk about dissecting egg hunter on exploit development. I would like to thank the staff of the CIACON for this opportunity to be here today with you. So, for those who don't know me, I am a security researcher and pen tester for over 16 years. I am a professor and academic coordinator at Filipi University in Brazil. I am a cyber warfare expert by the Brazilian Army. I have some certifications like USP, CH, and others. I am a CVA holder and exploit writer. I am a member of DC 5551, the largest DCG on Brazil, and DEFCON Hacking Village. And recently, I am joined at HINAC project. Hacking is not a crime. Today, we talk about binary exploitation. And for that we will understand what is exploit, what types of exploit. Let's remember a little bit about the fundamental concepts of buffer overflow, CA exploitation, what are egg hunters, and what steps to develop and exploit using egg hunter. But first, why exploit development? An exploit is a piece of software, a chunk of data or a sequence of commands that takes advantage of a bug vulnerability. That is, an exploit is an automated way to exploit a vulnerability. And although you use the term automated, we need to understand the concepts of binary exploitation and what type of exploitation is used to build the code that will automate the exploitation, that is, or exploit. I know that for some I am not saying anything new so far, but it is interesting to conceptualize the issues so that we can reach our goal. Going a little deeper into the exploit theme, we will understand a little more about the types of exploits. According to ExploitDB, one of the largest repositories of public exploits, there are basically 4 types of exploits. Exploits for web applications, exploit for denial of service, which can be either local or remote, exploit for remote attacks, which generally grant unauthorized access to any system or application, and exploit for local vulnerabilities that generally grant privileged access to operating system for exploiting kernel or end user permission flows. Although there are several types of vulnerabilities for an attacker, the best options is always to exploit vulnerabilities that grant him unauthorized access, either locally or remotely. So, and one of the most interesting forms of exploitation is through the exploitation of binaries, that is, exploiting the flow of execution of certain applications that allow attacker unauthorized access to a system. And we'll talk about binary exploitation, we are talking about buffer overflow, and more specifically on this talk about the stack-based overflow. According to Wikipedia, a stack buffer overflow occurs when a program writes to a memory address on the program's call stacks outside of the intended data structure, which use usually a fixed length buffer. Stack buffer overflow bugs are caused when a program writes more data to a buffer located on the stack than what is actually allocated for that buffer. So, There are several types of stack buffer overflow exploitations, such as vanilla EEP, overwrite, CH, egg hunters, ASLR, safe SEH, stack cookies, Unicode restrictions, and much more. So in this talk, we comment on Stack Overflow exploits using CH and Egg Hunter. Well, so far we have been able to remember some important concepts about buffer overflow, and we can go even deeper into the subject. Let's go. To execute arbitrary code, an attacker put his shellcode in the available buffer space created by the program in memory. What if the shellcode requires more space than the available space in the buffer? This is where the Egg Hunter technique is useful. Egg Hunter is a small piece of shellcode which searches for an actual bigger shellcode which the attacker was not able to fit in the available buffer space and redirect execution flow to it. The Egg Hunter code searches for an egg which is unique string of 80 bytes made up for combining of two tags. A tag is a 4-byte unique string. Usually, attackers consider use strings like egg, 2 eggs, or any other strings which is unique enough to search in memory. An egg is formed by combining two tags to make it more unique, so that it won't come across itself while searching in a memory. The egg is placed just before the shellcode, and the Egg Hunter code is placed in the small available buffer space while exploiting the overflows. So, for this talk, I used Vim Server, which is an ideal Windows Server vulnerable application for buffer overflow exploits and widely used for those studying for certifications like OSCE. The Vim Server is available at these links below. But before we go any further, let's analyze the Vim Server code. Note that is built-in NC and has an exception handler, right? Certain programs, when created, account for errors in execution by instituting errors handlers, which will allow a program to exit or stop gracefully when an error occurs. According to Corel, the best name of binary exploitation ever, Windows has a default CH structured exception handler, which will catch exceptions. If Windows catch an exception, you see has encountered a problem and needs to close pop-up like this. This is often the result of the default handler kicking in. It is obvious that in order to write stable software, one should try to use development language specific exception handlers and only rely on the Windows default CH as a last resort. When using language EH, the necessary links and calls to exception handling codes are generated in accordance with the underlying OS, and when no exception handlers are used, or when the available exception handlers cannot process the exceptions, the Windows CH will be used on a handled exception filter. So, in the event an error or a legal instruction occurs, the application will get a chance to catch the exception and do something with it. If no exception handler is defined in the application, the OS takes over, catches the exceptions, shows the pop-up, asking you to send error to report to MS, for example. For this POC, we will exploit the gmon command from Vim Server. At the top of the main data block of the application's main function, or TEB thread environment block, or TEB thread information block, a pointer to the top of the CA chain is placed. This CA chain is often called the FS chain as well. So, on Intel machines, when looking at disassembled CH code, we will see an instruction to move the word PTR from FS. This ensures that the exception handler is set up for the thread and we will be able to catch errors when they occur. The opcode for this instruction is 64A180. If you cannot find this opcode, the application thread may not have exception handling at all. The bottom of the CH chain is indicated by 8 Fs. This will trigger an improper termination of the program and the OS handler will kick in. In other words, the payload must do the following things: causing an exception. Without an exception, you won't begin. Override the pointer to the next CH record with some jump code. Override the CA handler with a pointer to an instruction that will bring you back to next C8 and execute this jump code. The shell code should be directly after the overwriting C8 handler. To make it easy, let's see this visually. We need to cause an exception, overwrite the pointer to the next CEH record, and overwrite the CA handler with a pointer. So, I will not explain in detail fuzzing because the fuzzing technique is a basic for all types of binary exploitation through buffer overflow. In this POC, using this bool fuzzing script and the manage debugger against our target, we will obtain the value of our EEP. Pay special attention to the use Shift F7, Shift F8, Shift F9 to pass exception to program message at the bottom of the screen. We see that ECX and EBP have been overwritten with bchars. This seems to align with the third fuzzing payload sent with bufuzz when you look through your command line outputs on your remote attacker. So let's use Shift F9 to pass an exception to the program. Now this is looking more familiar to us. EP has been overwritten by our B values. You will also notice that the registers we previously were able to overwrite have been XOR these again themselves and therefore zeroed out. If you read the current materials, this is explained as a defense mechanism to stop malicious payloads using these overwritten registers to jump straight to shellcodes. In fact, the current materials specify that the very techniques that we are using learning with this point is a direct response and bypass to these very measures. But why does EP now hold for 2, for 2, for 2, for 2? Let's go back to the pointer in your fuzzing when we first crashed the program and go to view and then CHN. We get this. So when we initialized and overflowed the program, we are able to override both the pointer of the next CH record and the pointer to the exception handler. So since EEP is simple telling the program the address of the next instruction, which case is specified by the CH component, which we just verified both subcomponents are current for 2, for 2, for 2, for 2. The EP is for 2, for 2, for 2, for 2. At this point, we are done with buffers and need to verify that we can override the CH components with an exploit script. So, and now we can get our eggs. This is the basic mechanism of exploiting a stack buffer overflow using Egg Hunter. When a stack overflow occurs, at some point it overrides the EP register. EP points to the next instruction to be executed. Then we should make EP point to ESP, where our shellcode will be present. In some cases, shellcode might be just above the ESP. In that case, we need jump back and execute shellcode, which is Egg Hunter. In this case, which searches for egg tag in the entire memory and executes actual shellcode, which is next egg. To perform this, we will need to the following: cause an exception by overflowing the application buffers. The overflow also overrides the CH components. We place a pop-ret instruction in the current CA handler orders. The pop-ret instructions place code execution at the pointer pointing towards of the next CCH record. This address has been overwritten with instructions to jump forward 6 bytes. After jumping forward 6 bytes, the instruction at this location tells execution to jump backwards 768 bytes. After jumping 768 bytes, we'll slide down a nope slit to our shellcode at the end of our nope slit buffer, and finally the program executes our shell code. Instead of jumping back 768 bytes with our pop ECX decrement jumping to ECX, we could also simply squeeze an Egg Hunter into our C buffer that we are jumping 6 bytes forward into. Here is what we look at like sitting in the pointer to the next CCH record, which at the time was filled with B values. So, Mona again shows us how awesome it is when we use it to generate Egg Hunter shellcodes along with a tag argument that we will prepend for main payload shellcodes. We can use the egg -t eggh, which will output us this nice little Egg Hunter.txt. So, putting all together, we now can put in everything we have seen so far in a script to develop or exploit. Let's see how it looks on our exploits. We need to create an Egg Hunter variable in our exploit script. We create an egg variable or egg tag. We complete our exploit so that it is sending this order: e-values, egg, shellcodes, nch, ch, Egg Hunter, and c values. That's it. This is the beginning of our exploit, where you are defining the variables. In addition to the targets IP and port, where are defining our ch, nch, and Egg Hunter, the same we managed to obtain through Mono. Here we define our egg tag and our shellcode. We code use a MS Venom shellcode or generate yours manually. And now we can create our buffer structure, which is formed by the sequence we have seen before: evalues, egg, shellcode, NCH, CH, egg hunters, and C values. And now, so we have a functional exploit in which we can obtain unauthorized remote access to targets through the exploitation of a binary VUN server using the technique of CH and egg hunter. This is a technique that requires practice and assimilation of the concepts presented to develop a functional exploit. So, that's it, guys. I hope I have shared something useful to you. My goal was to present the CH and egg hunter subjects in a practical way so that you can reproduce it, the steps, and carry out not only exploitations, but also being able to develop our exploits manually. I appreciate the opportunity, and there are my contacts for those who want to check me. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, sir. That was really a wonderful talk on exploit development. So now let's welcome our next keynote speaker, none other than Mr. Rakshit Tandon, the person who has been connected with more than 30,000 students from all across the globe, the person mentoring law enforcement agencies. Over to you, sir.
Namaskar. Thank you, CIA conference, for inviting me as a speaker to your prestigious conference. My heartiest congratulations to the dynamic team of CIA Inter-Squad Intelligence, who are the organizers of this conference. I remember it started way back in 2018, and you've been doing a pretty good job to the community and fraternity of cyber ecosystem. Especially conferences like these, they are a great motivating factor for young researchers who want to enter into this field. You get a plethora of speakers, and you get so many activities happening in this kind of platforms, which is a kind of a breakthrough for all the young cybersecurity aspirants. So a heartfelt congratulations to all of you for doing this wonderful job. And as I have seen this year, you have also planned virtual CTFs, which is also going to give a great platform for all the young cybersecurity aspirants, researchers, and ethical hackers. As we all understand that these last 7-8 months have made internet a very important part of our lives, and everything has gone virtual. So is the number of cybercrimes have also increased. Looking to the latest statistics which have been coming out in the newspapers, showing that India is in one of the top 4 countries in the highest number of cybercrimes. And even 2019 to 2018, we have seen an increase of 63% cybercrimes. And in the last 7-8 months, there was a tremendous increase. So that tells us that how security is going to be very, very important. And entering into 2021, I think every company, whether you are a part of this cyber ecosystem or not, you will be needing cyber security specialized professionals to work for your organization, to protect your IT infrastructure, to protect your data breaches, and also to give you more power in terms of your product deliverables and services. So whether you are an online e-commerce website or you are a company which is only running on emails, you will be needing lots and lots of cybersecurity professional. And this is what tells us that how important this subject is going to be. In the last year, we have seen Government of India taking a lot of initiatives to create cyber volunteers, to create an online reporting portal, to create a malware bot analysis center, to create a National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center, and also to create think tanks and RVDP, Responsible Vulnerability Disclosure Programs. So these initiatives from the government itself tells us that how seriously government is thinking and working on the domain of cybersecurity. I have done a lot of internship programs with the state police of Haryana and Hyderabad and Uttar Pradesh, and we have seen tremendous response. And the best part is that now every state is also hiring cybersecurity experts and a very good salary. So these every states are doing it under the scheme of CCPWAC, that is Cybercrime Prevention for Women and Children. So all this positive happening tells us that why this cybersecurity domain is important. At my organization, Hacker Shala, also, we have seen a good response of students who wants to come, train, work, learn, and earn. So when you get into these kind of conferences, these are the platforms which actually expose you to best of the experts, speakers, technologies, and especially when you go through these challenges, you also analyze your skill set, and you also know what and where is the room for improvement. So I think you are lucky and fortunate enough that in this domain you are getting exposure to such good conferences, and I congratulate the whole team. And there have been recently a lot of conferences, and such clubs have been doing a lot of activities in the recent times, and I wish all the best of luck to all of you who have organized and worked hard day and night. And I would just say that we need more and more secured coders also. So the people who are in this domain of cyber or in the domain of technology, software programming, good knowledge of hacking and ethical hacking is going to improve your skill set as well. So don't think that cybersecurity has to be treated as a separate branch or a career. We have to take cybersecurity now as a process. So whether you are an electronic engineer, you are a software engineer, you are an application developer, you are a database developer, the skill set of cybersecurity is going to act as a booster and a vaccine for your work. So I wish all of the participants who are attending this conference, and you must attend, that's what I would like to say. And with this, I'll come for more sessions in future, more detailed sessions. For this, I just conclude my note, wishing CIA and the whole team working on it best of luck. And thank you so much. Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thanks a lot, Rakshit sir.
Now let's switch over to our last keynote speaker, Miss Amy Storer. So guys, as you all know, for the first time in the history of India, we are joining our hands with US Homeland Security. So without any further delay, I would like to present Miss Amy Storer speaking on child exploitation and human slavery. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Storer. I am speaking today as a researcher, a professor, and I also work at Homeland Security Investigations. I am very honored to be part of the CIACON conference, and I look forward to learning from each and every one of you. India is one of the greatest countries for cyber in the world, and one of the greatest innovators of our time. For me, one of the greatest parts about being involved with this conference is to be able to spread the message and to be able to connect leaders around the world for tools and resources and talent that we can use to fight for the greater good in the challenge of human slavery and child exploitation. Worldwide, we're in a complete crisis with the levels of human slavery and child exploitation in the United States and around the world. For me, I am quite devastated to complete the research and to identify that a child is trafficked every 2.5 hours in the world. Children also represent over half of all human slavery victims. 1 in 4 children will unfortunately become victims of child exploitation in some estimates as we have currently studied. Unfortunately, it is going to take a lot of talent and effort to really combat this growing epidemic. The world was shocked by the evils of Jeffrey Epstein. As we've seen, there are unfortunately many, many hundreds and hundreds of victims that suffered under his disgusting acts. Sadly, Jeffrey Epstein is one of many that are out there hurting children, abusing children, and selling children for sex. Human slavery is one of the most horrific crimes that is continuing to plague our nation and our world. The United States is one of the top 3 nations of origin for human slavery victims, along with the Philippines and Mexico. The fact that we are in the top 3 is very disturbing in the land of the free. The industry is producing over $150 billion per year off the backs of slavery. That includes labor slavery, that includes sex slavery, that includes child slavery in those categories. Unfortunately, we are facing an uphill battle with current legislation that is causing us a lot of hardship to identify victims. In the United States right now, there is currently a bill that is trying to pass in Congress, and I'm hoping it will not pass, but it will be very devastating to our ability to find victims. A member of Congress has proposed a bill to stop all federal law enforcement in the United States from using AI facial recognition to identify these victims. This is why we need the help of the CIACON people. We need the help of anyone that can provide us tools and resources that we can use to find these victims. As we unfortunately battle these legal challenges that we are faced with, we need to identify other resources and other tools from experts in the world, such as yourself, that we can learn from and that we can hopefully grow and come to rely upon in a global force for good, a unification of souls to fight for these children, many of which do not have anyone fighting for them, including our United States Congress and lawmakers. Sadly, 60%, 60 to, in some studies, 80% actually, of child sex slavery victims in the United States come from the foster care system. Very tragically, these children are oftentimes never reported missing to the authorities. They do not have people that care about them. They do not have loving parents and loving families to protect them and reach out to them. Very tragically, those children oftentimes fall victim to human slavery, and especially child slavery, which is very sad that the traffickers, these slave owners, are very much targeting those types of children that come from broken homes. The numbers clearly paint the story on the types of children these traffickers are going after. Every 2.5 hours, a child is sold into sex slavery. It is estimated that every time a child goes missing, within 3 hours, they are approached by a human trafficker. There are 20 to 40 million estimated victims of human trafficking in the world. When I first started doing this type of work, I thought there was no way this could be true. Unfortunately, after my years of work in this industry, I have learned to find that those numbers are actually probably low. I believe the numbers are even higher than what is estimated. Currently, we have so many victims in circulation that the traffickers and the pimps will simply go to jail if we're lucky to get them prosecuted and get them behind bars. Unfortunately, they will get back out and continue their trafficking schemes, or someone else will just simply take over the human slavery enterprise and continue circulating those victims over and over. Unfortunately, once these young children fall victim into this terrible, terrible game, they oftentimes never get out. And they oftentimes are so manipulated and so controlled to the point that they will actually ask their trafficker if they are allowed to order a cheeseburger at McDonald's. This actually has happened in one of my cases. These children and women, unfortunately, do not have a voice. They do not have somebody speaking up for them as a parent, as a loving family member. They, unfortunately, the only person that they claim to love is the one person that is actually enslaving them every single day. Children that are sold into sex slavery are sold at least 4 to 5 times per day for sex once they are in this horrific experience. The amount of psychological damage that is upon them is insurmountable. I've worked cases involving things that I could not even say on this conference, involving child sex torture chambers where the children's genitals are being actually mutilated and abused violently. I have seen cases where these children are unfortunately being abused to the point of actually danger to their lives physically. And it is very tragic that this is becoming, unfortunately, becoming worse and worse each year. The number of human trafficking cases and incidents continues to skyrocket each year in every state across America and globally, unfortunately. The epidemic of the human slavery crisis is becoming expounded exponentially by the global drug trade and the rise of the opioid epidemic in the United States of America. The opioid crisis has killed more Americans than the Iraq and Afghanistan wars combined. America has a serious drug addiction problem. However, what I would like to stress upon the drug addiction problem in America is the connection with the human slave enterprise. I guarantee the majority of these drugs are being pumped into the bodies of human slaves for sale. These traffickers use these drugs as debt bondage and control upon them, to the point that these girls are so drugged that they will not go to the police. They are so addicted to the drug that they are basically unable to function in any other aspect of their life. The trafficker simply transports these bodies to have sex with in their extremely drugged condition. In addition, he will force them to have sex as a means of debt bondage, to force them to pay for drugs that they are unfortunately being addicted to by these traffickers. And when I tell you that most of these females ages 18 to 25 that are addicted to drugs, the majority of them are unfortunately human slavery victims, or they fall into the trap of human slavery. The prison system is another way of major recruitment in this country. Unfortunately, these people, anybody who is facing a vulnerable time in their life, is highly vulnerable to falling into human slavery. There are 3 types of human slave owners in the world. The first type is a Romeo pimp. The Romeo pimp will oftentimes recruit young victims and give them affection that they've been deprived from. Affection is a drug to the deprived. Affection to children who have never had loving parents, who have never had anyone pay attention to them. That is a very real tactic that these Romeo pimps are using on the internet, specifically on social media, to recruit victims in mass proportions. Next, we also have what's known as the opportunity pimp. The opportunity pimp is the one that will recruit victims with a fake job offer, or it could be a real job offer that is a very grandiose promise to give someone a better job, to give someone a better life, specifically to give someone a better job or a better life, to come to a country like America, where everyone is very much excited to go and hoping to get a new life, a better life. Very sadly, that hope of freedom and that hope of what America stands for is oftentimes a trap by these traffickers to enslave them. Unfortunately, these opportunity pimps prey upon these women and men and children to come to America for a better life, to come to America and promise them that they will get them here, and they end up becoming victims of human slavery on farms. 80% of child labor trafficking victims are in the agriculture industry, in farming, and in fishing. Very sadly, these children are being brutally worked in some cases to death on these farms by these greedy slave owners. It is hard to believe the magnitude that is going on in this country and in the world. America does not have as much problem with child labor issues as does Southeast Asia, in particular India, in particular China, in particular Thailand, and other countries where Southeast Asia is becoming very much a hotbed for that type of activity, unfortunately. So that's why it's also very important that we're bringing in the human trafficking aspect to this conference in the area of Southeast Asia. My goal for this presentation is to hopefully unify the forces and unify the talent and identify people out there in this conference, in your incredible country, who have skills, who have knowledge, who have a particular ability to create technology, to create facial recognition, to create any type of idea that you may have to help us identify these victims. Oftentimes in these horrific child sex torture chambers, these videos in the dark web, these horrific videos and horrific acts that are occurring, we are only able to see a trace of a victim's face, a trace of a perpetrator's face. And that is what we're trying to identify. We are trying to look for any ways that we can manipulate data, that we can try to find also big picture ideas of the trafficking networks. I am very open-minded to learning different technologies, both as a professor and also as a researcher and a Homeland Security employee. I believe that knowledge is power. I think this conference is a great way for us to really bring together leaders in tech and industry. Artificial intelligence is a beautiful thing. I see it as a positive thing for law enforcement at all different levels. Facial recognition gives basically more correct ability than the human eye to detect facial similarities. In many cases, the human eye is inaccurate in terms of if this photo is a match. Facial recognition, as we continue to evolve, especially as we continue to improve upon this technology, is an excellent tool for law enforcement to get a better picture, or to at least narrow down
a suspect list. It can also exonerate the innocent. Another very important aspect of facial recognition, of AI technology, is the ability to not only find the perpetrator, but also the ability to exonerate the innocent. And I say that with the idea that, for example, this technology might identify the child with a different individual than perhaps the suspect. Okay, so that is one of the big reasons why I believe we should get AI facial recognition technology into surveillance cameras worldwide to identify missing children. In the United States, over 400,000 children go missing each and every single year. We have the highest rate of any other country in the world that keeps this record. Sadly, there's been estimates that approximately 40 to 50% of these children end up in the child sex slave trade. Very, very sad situation. I believe these children could be identified through facial recognition technology in surveillance cameras, in stores and banks. If we have businesses, if we have companies willing to come together to allow facial recognition for these missing children worldwide in their security cameras, we could really make a difference. And if anyone knows someone out there or has a business or has interest in participating as well in that effort, we would love to be part of that. I also want to put out there the Biometrica team, who is trying to make an effort worldwide to allow police departments worldwide to use facial detection in order for all law enforcement globally as a unified effort to identify targets of interest or victims that possibly have had an arrest record. If you want to find a suspect or you're looking for a human trafficking victim who may have had a previous arrest photo taken, this exact particular technology would be an incredible resource. If anyone out there is interested, I am happy to connect you. I am happy to learn from each and every one of you worldwide on your ideas and what we can do to better make a difference to fight these horrific crimes against children and to end slavery. I appreciate you all, and I hope to hear from you soon. Thank you so much.
So I hope you must have enjoyed today's keynote and technical sessions, and you might have learned a lot. Let's meet tomorrow as we'll be announcing the CTF winners, and we're having a CTF by Security Innovations, and they're giving some amazing prizes, followed by a keynote talk by Ted Harrington, and after that we'll be having IoT Village.